Good evening, everyone. What is up? It is so good to see you. Gossek, Moralize, wonderful to see you both. Hope you're having a great day. Brain just slightly glitched out there, but we are back. Simple Complexity, how are you going as well? It is wonderful to see you. Hope you're having a good day. How was the rest of your stream last night, my friend? Everyone, make sure to go check out Simple Complexity over on Twitch. And Garth, how are you going as well? It is wonderful to see you. Did I actually do the shout out correctly? I'll have to check that. Let's try that over here. Okay, there we go. It actually did it correctly now. That's super weird. Okay, but yeah, there we go. Everyone should go check out some Complexity over on Twitch. Hope you had a good stream. And GG Rams, great to see you as well. Hope you're having a good one. Your good thank you went very well. You're loving slow time in EOD. That's wonderful. I'm glad you're enjoying EOD. That's great to hear. Yeah, we're back in today with some Guild Wars 2, and we're on a bit of a mission tonight. I want to go through and find what I would broadly consider to be the best build for Raid Quickplay for every class. We'll see if we can get to every one of them tonight, but we did make some good progress on that last night, sort of what spurred the idea. Power Rituals in particular is fantastic. Is fantastic for quick play because you can just take the DPS build, throw on the Pirate Queen relic, give yourself a ton of quickness. You can also put the quickness providing traits on as well for even more quickness and for quickness for your team, and do brilliant DPS as well. Or having a grill day and you have me on the big screen and 12 Guild Wars 2 players watching you. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. Hello, everyone chilling out with GG Ramps. I hope you're having a good day with the grill or barbecue. And yeah, chill out, vibe out. It's great to have you all here. But yes, Power Quick Rituals. This will be sort of the first one that we kind of cover. Hang on, let's go. Just need a spot. But I'm also going to just turn off a few things here. When we get the new Peep Redeem back, I've got no plans to bring that back for the immediate future, just because I've already got 25 characters, and there's only so many characters I can play at any one point. And also, it's very expensive for me to actually keep it going. But okay, so Power Quick Rituals. Where's my record button? Hey, there it is. Nice, I love it. Cool, works. So, Power Quick Rituals. We got our traits here, which is just the sort of standard Power Ritualist fanfare. Now, we can choose between taking Spirit Strength here, which will cause our minions and our spirits to do increased damage, or we can take Empowering Spirit, so we'll provide a bunch of boons, namely Quickness, for everyone, which is really, really good. And yeah, you can sort of just choose which one of these you want to take. For the actual gear, it's just your standard sort of mix of Berserkers and Assassin's gear. Not running any Diviner's gear in this at the moment, because you can sort of just take Relic of the Pirate Queen to at least give yourself quickness. I think one of the interesting things about quick play builds in particular is that you never quite know what boons you're going to get, so I think there's a lot of value in taking a build that has the option at least of providing itself, namely quickness, because the game feels fundamentally different when you don't have quickness. Bonus points if you've got like a really, really solid quickness build as well, but kind of thinking of builds that are easy-ish to play, have reasonable amounts of group support, and have the ability to provide boons or self-buff themselves pretty well. So at the bare minimum, you can just do your thing and not have to worry too much about what the rest of your team is doing, because you're never going to really know what you actually get. And Campaneri, you know Power Writ is strong, and you're loving Condi Harb more. Or which you're loving Condi Harb more. Yeah, Condi Harb is fantastic. You can take ritual stats and have like 50k health while sharing full quick Fury Prot and not get trolled by too many mechanics. Harbinger would be a fantastic one for that as well. That's a good idea there, Gossek. I like that. I'll have a think about that. Let's turn on Addie Cam. There she is. Addie says hello. And yeah, what I'm also sort of looking for quick play builds, because quick play is a step towards learning raids. So I kind of want to suggest builds and find builds that are a sort of logical step for people to take into raids, because yeah, like open world builds can be very, very good to take into quick play. They're self-sufficient, don't really care about what the rest of your team is doing, but also I think they don't necessarily give you the best pathway towards going, okay, I'm a new player, I'm learning raids, I want to take a build, and then take that build that I'm using for quick play and bring it into raids. Whereas Something like this, or like Condi Harbinger as well, is another really good shout, where you can basically just keep the same gear, maybe sub out the relic for a pure DPS relic, and bish bash bosh it off to the races. And Garth, you recently crafted second best looking legendary Aurochs. Nice! Looks like you have to replace all your characters with chars. You love how the tails of Aurochs and chars connect because it makes the movement look very organic. Yeah, it does look especially good on chars. Yeah, it's absolutely wonderful on them. What's the name of this one? This one is Eli Koss, one of my sort of older characters. One of the first characters I actually had on this account. And Boxy, welcome in. Yeah, Addy says hello and good morning to you. Okay, so we kind of got everything mostly set up there. The gear is just Dragon Hunter runes, mix of Berserkers and Assassins, so we have a satisfactory amount of crit chance. We got our force and accuracy stuff there, so we are pretty happy. Okay, so let's go actually dive on into some quick play right now. Oh, you take the Condi Lice to try and hard. Survives just fine even without a healer. That is a really good shout as well. I do like that idea. Yeah, quickness power held you go to, yeah, 100%. Like, as soon as I was like jotting down, you know, builds off the top of my head for each class, that would be really good. And this power quickness Herald's just like, obviously, I feel like the right choice for Herald. And you should still top 3 or 4 DPS and quick play. Yeah, that is really, really solid. Where was I? I was looking for the actual window where I need to go. Quick play. Yeah, quick play. Still honestly quite rewarding as well. And do I have food? I do actually have good food, so that's nice. Oh, Bone Skin, this is a good one. And Control H, there we go. Let's bring this in. Still trying to somewhat get used to using the dual swords. I really like them. It's just a matter of somewhat getting used to the order in which to use the skills. I somewhat looked at it beforehand. I think it's like 2, 5, 2, 4, 5. 4 is actually the order. So it's going to take a bit to get that into muscle memory, but I like how it feels. And I like the gap close on it. It's really fun. What am I rocking here? I think we've got a QDPS. Yeah, so I can probably go Spirit Strength here. Cool, we are ready. Let's go and let's blast. Break the bar. And dodge that. Make sure we don't interrupt our weapon skills. Dodge that. Board in. Dodge. I did that a little bit too soon there. See if we can just burst it down there. Nice, there we go. Very comfy top DPS. Love it. That was incredibly subtle. We're back in Domain of Vista. Nice. Let's get a few rounds of that there. Was I running the quickness version? No, I was actually running the pure like DPS version of it there, so that was quite nice. So we can have everything there. Nice. I should also... Do I really care about farming that many spirit shards? I do in the long term, but not actually at this moment. So let's go. Let's try and get sort of 3 rounds done kind of on each one. That'll be a good mix of like footage. Alright, let's see if we can do the... Oh, it's freaking out about that. I might have to like change instance. Let's try again. I'll just see if it pops up with anything. Yeah, I'll actually just change instance. That does tend to fix it. I feel like you could also do this with Reaper as well. And GG, I haven't heard like specifically, I'm not sure what you're referring to. I did hear they opened up like applications for new partners like recently. So giving us that prompt. We've got to get back in the queue. Hang on, I might actually... Yeah, we might actually have to relaunch our game. Let's try that. Oh, that's unfortunate. Just bringing back Guild Wars 2. Catch you later, Boxer. You have a good one. So sometimes the LFG can sort of bug out a bit. But yeah, I did hear that that happened. Yeah, it's a really unfortunate bug there. So sorry to everyone who was impacted by that. And there we go, we're back. Oh, got to tap over to the actual right scene there. There we go. Okay. Oh, wait, no. That still kind of bugs out a bit. Let's go over to just do display. That will obviously be much easier. Okay, well. So it did put us in a group. That's not overly helpful. Raids, training. There we go. As far as I know, camping area, there's no sort of defined size that they want. It's really just whatever you put in your application, then they'll consider it. So I think it even says on their like partner page that open to anyone of like any size. Okay, cool. We are going in. Let's see what we actually get. Good thing about this build is that it really doesn't care what you bring with your squad. Like, doesn't care if it provides, if anyone in the group provides any other boons, you're all set. Whisper, that's a good one. Also double check. Double check that all my footage actually got captured. And cool, I have that. And he's absolutely zonked. We had a good amount of play outside today. Let's keep an eye on my food. In we get. Yep, we are ready. We're just going to start blasting. So here I'm actually going to want a bit more quickness. Will I survive this? That's the question. Neuro, welcome in. Wonderful to see you, mate. love it, just gets instantly nuked. Nice, we're able to just get pushed out of the range of those chains. Try and get our minion up. Don't ever want to go right into the hitbox here. Yes, it's definitely one where we don't really have any quickness providers, so I may have actually wanted to really bring the quickness providing build. Dodge in, there we go. That knockback was very rough. Another great thing about this build, with the swords, you do have the option of being fully ranged as well. And we got it, nice. But yeah, I think that's definitely an instance where I really did want to bring in the quickness providing version of the build. That would have drastically bumped up the overall DPS, not just of me, but also for the group as well. Let's go again. Raids. Let's see. I'm not going to be able to do a Griffin adventure in the time it takes us to find one more person here. That won't happen. There we go. Ooh, Temple of Febe. Nice. Let's go get all our minions up. Oh, cancelled the cast of our Flesh Golem. Detail, thank you so much for the sub, mate. I really appreciate that. Enjoy. No more ads and your wonderful ad emos. Thank you, Jess, for making those. Over here, just out the way. Cheeky sidestep there. There we go. Now everyone basically has quickness. Big CC coming in hot. Lazy Ellie, great to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Target that one. There we go, summon our spirits again so they can re-trigger that extra attack. Should have prioritized using my weapon skills there. My weapon buffing skills, like Splinter Weapon and Nightmare Weapon and the like. Hey Fermi, thank you so much for the sub, mate. I really appreciate that.
How time flies.
It's already been 15 months, how time flies. I know, it's absolutely wild. Thank you so much, mate. I appreciate that. And thank you for kicking up a hype train as well. And dodge right about now. Hey Sparse, what's up, mate? Good to see you. I'm really quite enjoying the dual swords on Necro, honestly. It's quite fun. Hey, thank you.
How about 16?
Spacious as well. Really appreciate that. Oof. Somehow we survived that. This is a bit dicey. Yeah, just keep buffing Axe by 5%. We'll get there in the end. There we go, back in business now. Oh, stack these up, stack these up, stack these up. No, don't run. Don't run them apart. It's going to be a real spicy 10% phase, I think.
Someone help me.
Casual 35 stacks, I know. Very impressive numbers. That stung. Stack them up, stack them up. $45. Yes, might be one of the Ceres runs of all time. Dodge right now. Power res. Like honestly, at this stage, don't bother reviving people. Like if a green circle pops up, it will just wipe the group, so don't do it. See, like this here. $51. Let's try and raise that person there. Dodge right about now. So he doesn't have the dodge timing down pack for that. Let's get everyone up here. Stack 'em, stick 'em. Do they know? I think they do. You don't think resing everyone's a good idea? No. Like, I think resing people is actually going to be a bit of a bad call. What? Yeah, oddly enough, this might actually be the hardest Ceres run I've ever done. Alright, now. I'm really grateful for the extra health on Necro right now. $68 stacks. Love it. Yep, just stack them, just stack them. Nice. I'm gonna have to like really pump the CC. Why are you out there, friend? No, don't be out there. That's literally the worst spot you can be. Okay, big CC. I'm gonna like, bring everything I can. Nice. We actually did the CC. I was not expecting that. Keep blasting. Someone in squad chat flawless. Oh, that was definitely one of the encounters of all time. That was wonderful to see you, PK. How you doing? They added the feature from WoW where the LFR difficulty is just a bit easy. I think serious gameplay is just a bit easy in LCM. It's definitely feeling a bit like it. Okay, but I think we've demonstrated the suitability of Necro there. Necro's solid. Not Necro Ritualist, but okay. Callie Knight, welcome in. Wonderful to see you. Hope you are also having a good day. Let's go and give you a shout out. Everyone make sure to go check out Cali Knight on Twitch. Oh, that one was a lot, but we got there. We got there. Okay, the next build, I'm locked in. I like this build for Necro for Quickplay. Let's go check out something on Herald. I'm giving it away. It's going to be Herald, but it's also on Herald of Herald, so I could have also gotten away with it there. Okay, so the build I'm going to want to be rocking here is going to be Power Quickness Herald. So, it's just no point our character out this way, so we actually get reasonable FPS. But so I'm going to want to grab my Berserker's set of gear.
What do you need?
And Callie, feel validated watching you play Rick because you weren't sure if it was viable in raid content. Oh, it 100% is. Without a shadow of a doubt. So let's go Power Quick Conduit. Yeah, here we go. So let's go Power Quick Herald. I'll just add that build in. That's all set up now. Okay, so Power Herald is one of the... Let's actually change this. This should be Thief. Thief. Has been for a long time one of the go-to, easy to play quickness builds. Has immense boon application radius, like it's a full 600 radius, which for reference, if you go into the Harvest Temple raid, formerly Strike Mission, it is about a quarter of that entire arena. You will provide quickness to your team. Herald, you're 11. Herald's so good. But yeah, Ritualist is like fantastic. You should absolutely play it. But yeah, build, it's easy to play, tons of CC, great utility, one of the best heal skills as well in Infused Light, where you just completely negate all incoming damage, convert it to healing. It's absolute god tier. And we provide a whole bunch of boons and have amazing CC in Surge at the Mist. And not only that, it is super easy to gear. It is just full Berserker's gear in every slot with like Force, and we can do Impact or Air. It doesn't really matter in the scheme of things. But yeah, it's incredibly solid, and it's just been like an absolute unit in terms of providing boons for some time. It's probably overall, I'd say, the easiest, like actually good boon providing build. And Kitty, how's it going? It's great to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Crotone, it's good to see you as well. Yeah, player learns builds and he goes to Herald. Yeah, this isn't about me learning the build, it's about me showing what I consider to be good quick play builds in particular. But I feel like out of all the Revenant specs, Herald is just the obvious one to recommend. Scorp, what's up, mate? Great to see you. Vindicator doesn't really provide any boons. Renegade is very good, but it's also a bit more on the difficult scale to play, I think, for new players. And Conduit as well also requires, particularly if you want to have a good amount of quickness, a bunch of Diviner's gear, which is quite annoying to actually gear up. But yeah, so here we got our shared empowerments. We provide boon, or provide might to allies when we give them boons, and elevated compassion. When we have our little arrow here, have enough points of upkeep pointing to the left, we pulse quickness, and it's super easy to overcap on quickness. And everything else here is just good stuff, Revenant DPS traits. It all comes from Herald here. So let's go and dive on in. Some quick play there. Start matchmaking. Turn on Arc DPS again. It's a super easy build to pick up. Just make sure you have your little arrow pointing to the left and you will pulse quickness to people. And it will be amazing. I might also consume some food. Use all that. I'll put food down once I actually get in the group, because then everyone else can benefit from it at least. There we go, got our 10. Gee, gonna throw down some food. Do I have reinforced armor? I actually don't think I do. It's not very professional of me.
Regression.
It's annoying when, I was going to say when people don't click the thing. I also didn't click the thing there. I'm the reason that was held up. There we go.
You're young to be so confident.
There we go, just instantly get 3 facets up. As soon as I activate another one, we will pulse quickness. And spam sword 2, 4, and 5, mostly off cooldown. We're a boon providing build and we are doing more than acceptable DPS. See? I can just glint heal through that, so I actually don't care about the mechanics at all. Might just spend a bit more time in glint.
I have returned to fight at your side.
Sparse, nice. Rocking that Condi Druid in Quickplay, I love to see it. Oh, someone went down. And it's completely stalled the fight. What happens here?
Our moment has finally come.
Oh, I can just not pre-buff, I can just load up on quickness. Do they... I think this is just completely bugged. It's weird because, yeah, someone else was just chilling down there. Hang on. Type/GG. There we go. And /D. Yeah, now we're all gonna kind of be held hostage here. That's the earliest invisible bug you've seen? Yep. There we go, they figured it out. There we go. It might actually be the case where it's the very first time that player may have actually had to type /GG. Sort of looking at the AP there. They may actually just never have had to do it before. Hang on. What are they doing? Fish, what's up, mate? Great to see you. I hope you're having a good day. Are you playing things for Wing 1 to 3? Probably not tonight. I'm focusing mainly on figuring out the best builds for a quick play tonight. What are they doing? Hey, Wirepath, how's it going? Welcome, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Connor, or ConnorConCarne. Got a YouTube channel there. And over there we've got a whole bunch of different Guild Wars 2 guides. What is up? Everyone make sure to go check out Wirepath over on Twitch. How are you going, mate? It's wonderful to see you. A good starting to fill up now, which is nice. There's Kieran, Azuki. How are you guys going? Really appreciate you bringing everyone over here. Okay, we are blasting through some raid quick play now, figuring out the best builds for each class. The builds that I'd at least recommend people first pick up for raid Quickplay now. Now we're just dealing with some of the complexities of raid Quickplay itself. There we go. So we can get them all to come on in at some point. There we go. Valeria, what's up? Wonderful to see you. I like Luminary Pirate Queen Relic is probably the best build for raid Quickplays. That build is actually one I will be playing tonight. Because I've jotted down, I've got a list of the builds that sort of in my first pass of like, these are the ones that I would recommend at a glance. And that build was one of them. So I want builds that are easy for players to access, represent a good sort of long-term investment, have minimal changes from, you know, the full-on DPS build or full-on boon support build, whatever. Things that actually make sense for people to pick up long-term. And yeah, that particular Luminary build is one of them. And we can just glint heal. See, we don't care about that mechanic at all.
I have returned to fight at your side.
It has been too long. Allow me to
Just double tap your facet of nature whenever you're in glint. If you have the chains, don't move, just stay still.
dragon and hero together.
That's good. We can also use our sword 5 to port back to the boss. Everyone catch up. There we go. And yeah, I'll just use up my skills there. It's fine. I can actually turn on snap target here. We overcap on quickness by so much, it doesn't matter if even right now if we're not actually pulsing quickness. They're grinding spirit shards and Mesmer like crazy. That sounds wonderful. I'm also in quite dire need of spirit shards. I put the spirit shard farming sort of on the back burner for the next little bit because my main way of doing it has been griffin farming. And Kitty, it's great to have you here. Yeah, I'm having a great day. I hope you are as well. You can just activate Glint Heal, we can just go stand in here. Cool, there we go. Let's get another one in here with Quickness Herald, because yeah, it is very, very good. Very easy to play, provides quickness, super chill, very durable. And I have no underwater skills. Very quick play, there we go. I saw you have the Zero to Hero VOD published. Hope you don't mind taking some clips from montage you're making. Absolutely, yeah, by all means. Feel free to use some clips from that, that's all good. Okay, go. Sparse joining me, I love it. See, Gem, great to have you here. Oh, I should probably go stand over here. There we go. Stop moving, stop moving, stop moving, stop moving, stop moving, stop moving, stop moving. It's always fun when that happens.
Allow me to.
Are there good rules for raid quick play? Yeah, honestly, there is. They're really quite solid. Especially for like the first 10 you do each week. Get a nice bit of legendary insights, get some magnetite, get some gold. It's pretty good.
Our moment has finally come.
If you get that arrow, just move to the back of the group. You don't want to be circling the boss. You actually want people on that, or else you will just get one shot. I might even just glint heal through that. Was someone attacking the boss there? That was weird.
Our moment has finally come.
And I'll just use Unrelenting Assault there. Oh boy. That was a very poor time for me to use Unrelenting Assault, because then I got stuck in the center of the arena during the part where I would otherwise be pushed out. So it was a very quick way for me to almost nuke myself. Just sidestep that. Afaro, what's up, mate? Good to see you. I'm going to use Staff for its Giga CC break.
Don't want to hurt you, Zosa.
Wow, I was not expecting to see that mechanic there. And it's annoying, those are just, can I just port in? I can. Should I is the better question. And there I'll just do Unrelenting Assault so I can evade most of the damage there. Just get out the bad AoE. And break the bar. Got him. Okay, let's get one more on Herald, and that will be sufficient. But yeah, the sheer ease with which we're able to provide boons is great. I better actually... Hang on, underwater. There we go. Oh, why do I have no skills? Hang on. Gotta set this up right. Come on, swap. Those all look right, so then I might copy build template, paste build template. Yeah, we'll overwrite that. And this one will be rename power. Power Quick Herald, there we go. Cool, that is now correct. Let's get one more in there. I actually have underwater skills now, and they should be saved forevermore. Hey Crash, thank you for the standing desk, mate. Especially in a group again, I love it. Good looking out. We'll just wait on that to fill. Keep an eye for when this actually changes to like X out of 50 or something. It means it's bugged. Thank you for the carry. I mean, you're the one who's doing like 34k DPS. Whereas I'm the one using infused light to just ignore mechanics and everyone around me be damned. I should be thanking you for the carry. It's going to be interesting when it comes to Elementals, because I think Elementals is probably one. Thief as well, actually, is a little bit starved for reasonable quick play builds. And it is very good to just alternate between the standing desk as well. Were you the one greeting on Dag to spread force new movie? Yep, that was me. You're welcome. Start pulsing boons immediately. Sidestep that. Just casually walk through. Step out of that. Use special action key to do a bajillion damage. Are they dropping Banner of Strength? What are the implications of that? Glint heal. Is there a current here? That would be hype, actually.
Our moment has finally come.
See, they are single-handedly keeping the history of Warrior alive. Just casually glint heal for this. And sidestep, there we go. Not sidestep, dodge. That one we sidestep. Very good. That is a sufficient amount for Herald. But awesome. We're going to go take a very quick break now, stretch our legs. I'm going to come back and have a think about what I want to actually look at next. Necro's done, Rev's done. Might be good to actually have a bit of a look at Thief. Thief might actually be a bit of a tricky one, so that one might require a bit of input from everyone to find what could be a good, just, if you're going to take one build for Thief into raid quick play, what would it be? That's actually going to be a bit of a tricky one to figure out, so we'll take a look at that in a minute. Are you tired of your team not having boons? Do you watch in despair as everyone around you falls to damage they should easily be avoiding? Do you lie in bed at night dreaming of carrying your entire team to victory, even as you're tanking the most challenging bosses in Guild Wars 2? Well, you're in luck. Today, we're covering the majestic Heal Quickness Herald. Welcome back, everyone. Heal Quickness Herald has been one of my favourite defensive support builds for quite a while now. Here, you have the easy to learn gameplay that comes with Herald, as well as truly insane healing potential. You can also trade off some of this healing to grant huge amounts of AoE stability, while still offering fantastic healing. Not only that, you have an utterly trivial time keeping up permanent might, fury, protection, regeneration, swiftness, and quickness. Normally, Power Quickness Herald needs at a minimum 25% boon duration to function. Today, we're pumping that all the way to 100%. To top all this off, Heal Quickness Herald is insanely durable, with access to blocks on each of our main weapon sets, and the ability to flat out ignore incoming damage with the Glint healing skill. All this comes together to make this one of the easiest to play healing and tanking builds in the game. So with that, let's jump into it. Before we jump into the detail about everything Heal Herald related, we'll quickly cover off on where your healing actually comes from. Your regeneration you pump out from Facet of Light will heal for a ton due to it being buffed by Elder's Respite. Generous Abundance will cause you to heal allies whenever you consume Facet skills and use any other legend skills. Your Staff Auto Attack will heal allies at the end of the chain, and this goes really fast when you're under Quickness, which with this build you will always have. Staff 2 and 4 give some nice burst healing, with Staff 4 also granting some additional Condi Cleanse. Shield 4 will give you a burst of healing and grant protection to you and your team. The trait Healer's Gift will make your dodge roll heal nearby allies, and having your Ventari tablet active will pulse healing to nearby allies for a surprising amount. Natural Harmony will also offer a huge chunk of burst healing, especially if it's the first skill you use after summoning your tablet. It's also on a super short cooldown. Now with that, let's cover off on the weapons. For our weapons, our typical loadout will be Staff, Mace, and Shield. Staff is what you'll be swapping to when you need some burst healing, Condi Cleanse, and catastrophic levels of CC. Your Staff Auto Attack will simply deal some strike damage and heal nearby allies on the third attack in the chain. This pumps out a surprising amount of healing and is a key part of your sustained healing. Mender's Rebuke will deal some strike damage, heal allies after a short delay, and heal even more if you manage to strike an enemy. Warding Rift will grant you a super handy 2-second block, which can come in clutch if you find yourself without a dodge roll. Renewing Wave will grant you a nice chunk of burst healing, remove 2 conditions from allies, and is also a blast finisher to boot. Surge of the Mist, as I will mention on every Revenant guide from now until the end of time, provides godlike levels of CC. You'll charge forward, attack 9 times, and deal 150 Defiance Bar damage for each strike. This is an insane level of CC. Use it. Mace is included in this build only for its ability to blast might with the 2 and 3 skills. Your Mace auto attack chain will deal some strike damage and inflict torment and poison. It's not overly relevant for this build, but use it whenever you have nothing better to do. Searing Fissure will deal some strike damage, inflict burning, and lay down a fire field. We'll be blasting this for might with our next skill. Echoing Eruption will inflict some torment and weakness, and lay down 3 impacts in a line, with each of them acting as a blast finisher. When you pair this with Searing Fissure, you'll typically grant 7 stacks of might from one round of this combo. It's only 7 because the last blast finisher usually occurs too far away from you, and you also grant an additional stack of might whenever you apply boons due to shared empowerment. This is incredibly useful in helping your team upkeep 25 stacks of might. Shield should be your default offhand weapon when using Mace. You have access to a very nice healing skill and an absolutely insane block, which gives you yet another way to avoid mechanics. Envoy of Exuberance will grant protection and heal both you and your allies, which is very handy for topping off your healing. Crystal Hibernation will block attacks for 3 seconds, which is an obscenely long block by the way, and allow you to regenerate health. This is one of the skills that lets you just ignore one-shot mechanics like the Mind Crush on Deimos, and makes your tanking life so much easier. If you need additional CC, I use this all the time in Fractals, then feel free to swap out Shield for Offhand Axe.
This will trade the excellent defense and group support of shield with some extra mobility and CC. Frigid Blitz will throw an axe at your target, inflict chill, and once your axe reaches your target, you'll teleport to them and deliver a larger strike. This skill is exceptionally useful to move around arenas and chase after bosses that have an annoying tendency to move around. Temporal Rift will inflict some torment, deal damage, and pull enemies in to inflict CC. This is a very useful skill to group up mobs for your team to burst down. Now for our skills. Your glint skills consist entirely of facets, which you can toggle on to pulse boons to nearby allies. You can then consume them for additional effects, and with the trait Draconic Echo, will also apply quickness. This legend is critical for any quickness Herald build, so never leave home without it. Facet of Nature is a massively loaded skill, and has different effects depending on your current legend. There's a lot to cover here, so for now, I'll just focus on the effects that are relevant to heal Quickness Herald. The passive effect while in Glint will grant you an extra...
And we're back. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, let's go take a look now at what we should be picking. I think the Thief. Now, which Thief will it be? This is a bit of a tricky one. Rifle. This is our Condi Spectre, so I feel like the one that I'd probably even recommend bringing a bit more is going to be Condi Spectre of some descript. Okay, so for it, let's see, that looks like an open world build. And this looks like a regular one, so let's work off this. In terms of equipment. Okay. So I'm feeling like it might even be some variant of a bunch of ritualist gear as well. Okay, let's go ahead and deposit all that. How to get the skin of the thief? It's cool on yours. This is the open world legendary armor. So the obsidian armor. So one important thing for Spectre, it feels absolutely terrible to play if you don't have quickness. It feels really sad. You're sad as hell if you don't have it. So for that, I'm at least going to want to add in some sort of quickness generation. I think for this I might actually... Let's go sub in, honestly, just like full ritualist gear. Yeah, full ritualist gear, so we've got a bunch of boon duration. Let's check that. That's all ritualist gear as well. It walked around like that in Guild Wars 1. Nice. Let's take a look now. So we'll run, I think, Scepter. I'll say like Scepter Dagger. Yeah. Okay. I've got a few of these floating around actually, so I've got a Scepter here that I will want. So let's throw on Scepter and a Dagger. Dagger and the Scepter. Okay, I'll check the exact build for this. Raids Thief, let's take a look. Conditional Alacrity, Spectre, Scepter, Dagger, and Dagger. Oh, is this one actually just Viper's gear? Okay. It wants ritualist weapons. I do ritualist weapons? Meh. I'll just throw a bunch of ritualist gear on there. And call it a day. Don't have to think too hard about it. Yeah, we'll just set this all to Vipers. Demons, Doom, and Geomancy. Customize. We don't actually need that scepter. Okay. So for this, do we want a Relic of the Pirate Queen, or do we want... I feel like, yeah, we do want at least. Well, I might actually do... Well, the Chronomancer, would it be Pirate Queen? What makes the most sense? I feel like for this, it's actually going to be Chronomancer Relic. So we'll keep that. I'm going to put this one here. We're going to have that. Yeah. And then I can also throw that in if I want a bunch of extra... what do you call it? Quickness. And tossing up, I could also throw in haste here if I just wanted... Or even what I could do... I could put haste in here over a well, because yeah, giving up Spider Venom is going to be a not insignificant amount of damage. But that also gives a bunch of boons, which will be super helpful. Balance patch next week, right? It should be, yeah. It should be next week. What's the date today? 6, yeah, it'll be next week. Next Wednesday for me. So this one's Relic of the Fractal normally, so we'll take Meaty Asparagus Skewer. Let's open up some of that. Because yeah, if I'm going to suggest a build for Raid Quickplay, I do at least want it to feel good to play. And Spectre feels really bad to play if you don't have quickness. It feels slow as anything. Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see how much they nerf the health of certain bosses. That will be really interesting to see. We can see like the impacts it has on our Ceres group in particular from like an entirely selfish perspective. Okay, in terms of our traits, so in terms of gear, there's a few ways it could go. The like full recommended build for this has, it's basically Ritualist Trinkets and Ritualist Weapons and Viper's Armor, but I've just thrown on, what's that? Yeah, that's Viper's Weapons and Ritualist Armor, so shuffle things around a bit. What is the level of boon duration that it wants? It honestly, it kind of works out the same. On Snowcrows, the build has 32.8% boon duration, and we got 34.3, so it's kind of here nor there. Or neither here nor there, that's the correct term. I do think for quick play, Relic of the Chronomancer, I think is... Hang on, I'll turn off Arc, I don't need it right now. I kind of feel like Relic of the Chronomancer is going to be quite good, because yeah, you're running a bunch of wells anyway. You're running at least Well of Sorrow and Well of Gloom. And I recommend, like I said, I kind of think you're missing out a bit if you're running a boon support Spectre and you're not running Well of Bounty. It just does so many boons. And then, yeah, it can sort of run Shadowfall as well for some extra quickness. So at least you can have some reasonable quickness uptime. So what happens if we just, like, use them all? And because we do provide Alacrity as well, it means these will actually have a reasonably short cooldown, so there should at least be somewhat decent quickness uptime. And then here we'll take Shade Step. Everything else should remain basically the same. Yeah, we've eaten our food, so let's go and let's join on in. Raids. Will we get sparse in this group? I have to see if they're stream sniping. No, it doesn't look like it. Bunch of Necros in here. If we can at least get a couple of Ritualists, then at least I should have a Bajillion Quickness. Oh, this would be a good encounter for this. We got 3 Ritualists. I should have a reasonable amount of Quickness. If we don't have permanent quickness, and we've got a Chronomancer in here as well, and a Troubadour, there should be permanent quickness.
Stalwart. Don't miss. Concentration.
This is
those are... I was going to say those are off the group, but turns out, no, they are not. We are, honestly, like, pumping pretty well here. I'm quite happy with it. I have to see if I can find some actual, like, ritualist weapons at some point. Great thing about Condi Spectres, you can also just run ritualist gear instead of Vipers, and the build's going to work just fine. Do I have some CC? Answer's yes. Dodge that. Just gonna stay and load up on a bunch of alacrity. Should have dumped some more initiative there. In we get. Really shouldn't have done that there. Soren, how's it going? Great to see you, mate. Okay, so we at least have pretty high alacrity uptime, which is good. It's just kind of getting split amongst everyone else. Everyone to come on in. Just gonna dump a huge amount of initiative before I start pumping alacrity again. Back away. I can sort of port back in, I think, here. Can be a bit liberal with standing in those as well, I find. What one's a CC?
Feels good.
And this is. And that is. Where'd she go? Just try and sort of hold yourself in the center there. 3%. Honestly, that does like really solid DPS. Got a bunch of group support baked in. I quite like it. Okay.
You rarely see one of those.
And yeah, if you're not bringing... Well, if you've got a bunch of quickness in the group, you can just swap out Relic of Chronomancer for Relic of Fractal as well. feel like Well of Bounty is just too good of a skill to give up. We haven't had a Old Lion's Court yet. Give it time.
You're young to be so confident.
Okay, we should be able to go in and just start blasting. So I can also bring... We've got a Q heal in there too. So I might actually just bring Thieves Guild. There's a Ritualist in here, we might get some other boons. Wait, and then port back in. Make sure I don't go into the boss's hitbox. So go port back into the center. Let's get all our wells down for more boons, more damage, and more quickness. Have to regenerate a bunch of Shadow Force now, is that what's called? Yeah, can't res them when they are right there. Wait till sub 20% or sub 25%. Cool, that one's now gone. Oh, that's rough. Should have actually used stability beforehand. Go, just stand a little bit there. Ooh, looks like our other friend died. Okay, we'll get one more run on this. I feel like this is solid. You get boons, damage is pretty decent, self-sufficient. Actually relevant for other areas of endgame. You can just run the Condi version of the build as well, and it'll be like a minor DPS loss if you're running Vipers or running Rituals instead of Vipers anyway. Where's this vault? Let's see what we got here. Bunch of veterans done and dusted. Mill changes. Why is that on 50 after command squad? That looks like it's bugged. There we go. Ancient Delgemore gear. Ah, nice. Buy ourselves a fancy helm with that. Unfortunately, welcome in. You're new to Guild Wars 2 and just decided to go for Condi Harbinger build, but realise you can't use torches yet, so what would you recommend? Pistol Dagger and Scepter Dagger? Yeah, I'd say Dagger's probably your best sort of offhand swap there, if you've only got, like if you can't use Torch, I think, because yeah, Dagger does have some Condi components to it. So yeah, I think that's a pretty solid choice, and yeah, Condi Harbinger's a really fun one as well. Good shout. This one. And thank you for the follow. Do we have any quickness? We should have some. Yeah, the build won't be, you know, hugely out of whack if you have pistol. That's not going to be too much of a problem. It will still function the same, it'll just be a bit lower damage because, yeah, Torch is just its best DPS weapon. But Torch is really just there to provide some extra conditions. It's not really there to provide anything critical to, you know, what makes the build function. Res our friend there, now that it's convenient to do. And don't worry, you'll get enough hero points easily to unlock like every elite spec. Like you'll have, if you do all the expansion hero point challenges, you will easily have enough. That's a non-issue. Is that the CC? No, that is. Wait until they CC that. I might stay in just for 3 rounds of our Shroud 2. Oh, cool, I can actually port in. I thought the boss was phasing. And that's true, yeah, you can do a bit of a jump ahead to the Secrets of the Obscure story in about 1 or 2 steps to unlock it, so it's not going to take you too long if you did want to go down that route. That's 40%, that's when the boss phases. There we go. Yeah, it's good they actually put that super early in the story as well. That would be painful if that was much more towards the end. Let's go. We have reasonably high alacrity uptime. Spectre in particular, because it is fully ranged, is very well suited for this fight.
This power feels good.
Should die eventually. Back to Anka. Try and push for top DPS, it's going to be hard. Nice. Not too bad though. And it's always a bit of a trade-off in terms of suggesting what people do in terms of approaching the story for Guild Wars 2. Because, yeah, if you want, the chronological experience, which makes the most sense from a story perspective, yeah, you'll just have to delay getting a bunch of quality of life, like the Secrets of the Obscure Weapon Master upgrade system, so you can actually use your torch and stuff like that, as well as mounts, gliding upgrades, things like that. A bunch of really nice quality of life that, you could always, like, jump around a little bit more to get them. I might actually go cash in this thing now that that's here. The north. Because I know I bounced around, I did the story all out of order on this account because it's like my third account, so I'm not too fussed about the story. So I did bounce around much more to get everything I wanted from a upgrade perspective. Okay.
This is a bad time to be traveling.
I'm glad you're enjoying the story. That's great to hear. Runic Slayer helm, so let's grab that. It's good. We can buy that, and that saves us having to spend 125 gold. Nice. Salvage that. Let's tidy some of this up. I might tidy some of this up across other characters as well that are sitting here. Or else it's just going to be a bit annoying for me to deal with down the track. Let's go dump these in the bank as well. So then another character can deal with them. Although, that could just sit in here until I'm ready to convert stuff. Yeah, we might do that. So all that. All that. All that. Okay, let's jump back over to some of our other characters quickly. So we have done Revenant, Necro, and Thief. Yeah, the Soto story is like quite removed from the Dragon Saga story. So jumping ahead a little bit, you're not going to get spoiled too much. They haven't done much crafting either. You need to craft for Viper gear, correct? Not necessarily. It's good to upgrade crafting at some point, but it's not critical. Because there's... Well, actually, where's my gearing guide? I've got a guide on how to gear your characters there, which will sort of cover everything you need, and even after a while, that's still very much up to date. But there's a lot of ways you can get Viper's gear. There's like stat selectable armor that drops. You can actually do a little bit of world versus world to get stat selectable weapons, armor, and trinkets insanely cheaply. So you wouldn't actually need to craft. You can also buy some Viper's gear from the trading post. Once my trading post actually loads, it might just freak out for a bit. But you can buy it from there. It's a little bit expensive. But there's quite a few ways. You don't necessarily need to do crafting. And yeah, I've geared up many characters on this account without really touching crafting for that purpose. So you don't need to, but yeah, crafting is one way to do it. But I cover a lot of it in my gearing guide there.
Affirmative.
Tried looking at Viper gear on the trading post, nothing showed up other than weapons. I'll take a quick look, because you can get it. Network error. You're just going to freak out a bit. That's fine. Happens occasionally. I appreciate that. We'll just bring back up Guild Wars 2. Next expansion going to involve a lot of underwater gameplay. Heard some rumors. I haven't heard those rumors at all. Yeah, Viper's gear is either crafted or chosen as a reward from story missions. Specific Viper's gear, yes. But yeah, there are ways you can get stat selectable gear much quicker. Well, as well as like the best way to get it. And also just getting like various ascended drops as well, super handy. Oh no, I gotta fix that, there we go. Yeah, the actual game capture option that I have in my gameplay scene's been a bit funky. Since I've added in the little proton command. Is that tidy? Cool, I think that is. I use a Wizard Vault to get 3 pieces so far. Yeah, the Wizard Vault's another great way to do it as well. I think this next one, what we'll actually do, take a look at my sheet. Conti Spectre's done. Let's do Gale Shot. Because Gale Shot is a pretty easy one to recommend. And also, I don't expect any expansions to have a huge amount of underwater content going forward. Because underwater content, it's a cool thing that Guild Wars 2 has, but it's definitely not something that I think the community would be particularly happy if they focus too much on. Oop. That one's a little bit dicey, but we're okay. Yeah, I'll pull it up on the trading post once I do this Griffin adventure. Cool, there we go. Load, do it. Nice. Has. Okay. So what we can do, say if we wanted armor, I want exotic armor. 80. Let's go, I want precision, condition damage, expertise. Yeah, to be honest, just go to the World vs. World vendor to get exotic Viper armor. Yeah, that will just be much cheaper. Because yeah, there we go. You can basically do that and find Viper's gear here. It is quite expensive. So I wouldn't recommend buying it from here, especially because exotic gear is just going to be a stepping stone to ascend it anyway, so I wouldn't recommend dumping too many resources there, but it's when it gets crazy expensive. Yeah, it is. Don't worry. You can do a bit of World vs. World and you'll actually get a bunch of the currency sort of passively just by doing achievements. But where are they? Where is the friend? Okay, we're in World vs. World, which you can just access by bringing up, yeah, World vs. World here, and just go to literally any of these areas, except I think Obsidian Sanctum. And you can come to the unified vendor system here, and yeah, you can buy stat selectable armor, weapons, aqua breathers, and trinkets for badges of honor. So that is like a fraction of the cost. Is 10 gold a lot of money? Depends. Like if you're a brand new player, it might be a lot. If you're an experienced player, it's not a lot at all. Like if I was a brand new player and I ended up with 10 gold, I'd be feeling like pretty good. Whereas now, like I'm on 323 gold and I'm feeling quite poor there, but that's also because I'm working towards legendary weapons that cost me like 1,500 gold each, so it's all a matter of perspective. And let's go into, I think, the aerodrome. We've got to get out of Wub Wub. Yeah, World vs. World's like a great one to jump into. It's really, really good for gearing up new characters, particularly because of that vendor. But you'll also probably find, thank you for the stretch, you'll find that by doing achievements, and the achievement reward chest will probably reward you with a surprising amount of badges of honor. Oh, you got a 17 gold ice staff skin from the Black Lion chest. That's awesome. But yeah, I've also got a guide on how to make gold especially targeted towards new players, so I recommend that. Particularly by using the Wizard's Vault weeklies, you can realistically, in a few hours of gameplay, get enough gold to fully gear up like a single character. We're talking like 150-ish gold in a couple of hours. Okay, now, let's go into the aerodrome. This one might actually just take me a hot minute to refresh myself on. Raids, this one is Ranger. And we're really just looking for power, quick scale shot here. I mean, you have like 3 characters of level 33 and 38, and you have like 3 gold something. You played on and off for the past year or so, so don't know how you made that gold, so 10 gold was not feeling that expensive. Overall, I'd say, like in the scheme of Guild Wars 2, 10 gold isn't a lot. It can be a very handy amount, but especially if you, as a new player, dive into the Wizard's Vault and buy the high value things and sell it from there, you'll get a ton of gold. Unfortunately, I'm glad you are enjoying it, and thank you, it's really kind. Hey Sparrow, it's great to see you, mate. How you been? Hope you're having a good day. Angry Bubs, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. But yeah, if you're not level 80, if you're sub level 80, don't worry about gearing. Just equip stuff as it drops if it's better. Anything you equip sub 80 is just going to be replaced as soon as you reach level 80 anyway. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about spending gold to gear up at that point. Just something good drops from a mob, just equip it and just move on. As far as been good, thanks. How's your weekend been? The weekend's been very good. We had a lot of catching up with family this weekend, which was very, very nice. But, you know, lots of driving with it being Australia and all. So, yeah, we're sort of had a nice chill day at home today, which is good. And, yeah, I hope you and Jess have had a good Easter as well. How's your guys' weekend been? Oh, thanks, Barry. I appreciate it. Jess will really appreciate that. Okay, let's go. Just contemplating, just getting my bearings. When I was thinking about the best builds for Ranger for Quickplay, there's one that kind of just stands out among them. And that's Power Quickness Gale Shot. Oh, Shield, you've been home dog sitting. You and Jess have been in Spain with her family. That is awesome. I hope you guys had a wonderful trip to Spain. That sounds absolutely wonderful. And Boxy, quiet, hardly no family. Well, I'm glad at least you're able to have a quiet Easter. Those can be quite nice as well. And Apocalypse, it's great to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Let's check here. So yeah, when I was having to think about the builds that I'd recommend for Ranger for Quickplay, there's a few things I wanted. I wanted something that could self-buff itself, at least have the option to do it, because running around without boons in Raid Quickplay is very, very sad. It's a bad time. Want something that is obviously quite simple to play, that's quite self-reliant, can help your team as well, and a build or gear set that's basically something that can easily be sort of recommended to go into other areas of endgame. Like, I don't really want to recommend, oh, here's this niche build that's really just for Raid Quickplay. No, I want a build that you can take and then bring that into other areas of endgame PvE. Bring it into raids proper and have it actually be a good viable build, so you're not spending your time learning and gearing a build that you're probably not going to use elsewhere. This is one of those builds where it's just amazing in honestly all areas of endgame PvE. And super fun in open world as well. Oh, and your Jess has been in Spain with family. With her family. I got you there. I misread that. Well, I hope Jess had a good trip with her family. You're focusing on completing the map, but you found yourself over-leveled a lot, so decide to stick with the personal story and completing the map after you finish that. That's a great way to do it, honestly. Just do the personal story as it pops up. So, the main things with Gale Shot. Another good thing about it, it is actually, basically, fully ranged, which is super handy. Any build that is fully ranged in Guild Wars 2, you're going to have a pretty good time on, because some bosses do tend to move around quite a bit. And for this, we actually don't need to really make any changes to the build beyond... Claw. We don't need to make any changes to the build beyond just the regular, fully optimal raid version. So we have Berserker's gear with Dragon Hunter runes. We are taking a Berserker's longbow. I'll actually change this up. This was a sort of open world set I was messing around with. This will be Force and Impact. Force and Impact on the other ones as well. Yep, they are right there. Got Relic of the Claw there, because when we CC mobs, it's part of our rotation anyway, we will get a damage buff. In terms of the traits, we might need to make a few slight changes here. Yes, this is the uber survivable version, so let's swap this out. We will be taking... I wonder if I'm still recording, actually. We'll find out. Take Clarion Bond, so we'll cast Lesser Call of the Wild when we swap pets. We'll be swapping pets occasionally, which is nice, so we get some boons. Wolf Song, Canine Beast Skills apply vulnerability. You deal increased strike damage against vulnerable foes. It's a 10% damage increase. It's good times. Predator's Onslaught, you and your pet deal increased strike damage to disabled, defiant, or movement impaired foes. So the key part there is defiant. It means that against bosses in particular, bosses are always classed as defiant, you will do 15% extra damage. Now here I'll just add sharpen edges here. You and your pet have a chance to cause bleeding and critical hits. It's just a bunch of extra damage. Primal reflexes, when you successfully evade an attack, gain vigor. That's an alternative you could take. Stride is strength. You and your pet gain power, just more damage. And vicious quarry, so you get extra of fury, grants ferocity, and increased critical strike chance. So yeah, more critical strike chance is very, very good. And here, let's see, this is the actual good, these are the right traits here. So we'll take Wuthering Wind. After using Bluster, your pet's next attack creates a damaging swell of wind around its target, so it's just a bunch of extra damage. Thrill of the Catch, restore arrows when you and your pet disable an enemy. Arrows are important for us for our Cyclone Bow. And Cloudburst here, which means we basically provide quickness whenever we use certain Cyclone Bow skills. It's very nice. But yeah, we can honestly... Let's actually see what other skills we have. Yep, that kind of... Oh, that almost looks right. I need to add in Piercing Gales here. And we will add in that. Okay, that should be fine. Let's just check these. Yep, these skills are all correct. So our opener is going to be Bluster into Supersonic Arrow to Quarry's Herald. Does this get one of these recharges? One of these things I can't quite remember. But then we do Perfect Storm into Mistral and Piercing Gales. Then we do Bluster and Hawkeye. And then swap out to our bow. So let's go. Let's actually just adjust self. Add boons. All of them. Copy all boons. Just because it's going to take us a little bit just to reacclimatize ourselves to. Okay. So we're going to go 2, 5, 4, spam all these good skills, go 2 again, and then we'll use Hawkeye. And then we can sort of repeat. It's incredibly satisfying to play. But yeah, honestly, that's basically the rotation there. Cool, so we provide quickness, we provide a bunch of other boons to our team, we are basically fully ranged. It's a good time, so let's go actually dive on into some quick play right now. Oh cool, we actually were recording. Love to see it. Let's get... Oh, I need to actually exit here, dang. And the Path to Ascension rock started now for the weekly. Oh, that's a good shout there, Soren. And I'll also actually throw down some food now. Let's actually enter the LFG. Raids.
Greetings.
There we go. And then let's grab some food. There we go. All buffed. basically we're going to dip into our Cyclone Bow, use the skills there to generate boons, exit once we use Hawkeye, then go use our good weapon skills, CC to generate arrows so we can go back into Cyclone Bow as much as we can. Got another Whisper of Jaw mag. Menace, thank you for the follow. Are food buffs good? They are very good. Order of magnitude, say if a build does, I don't know, 45k DPS or so, food and utility is worth about 5k of that. So they're not like game breaking, but when you are doing endgame PvE, it is expected that you will at least have a reasonable food and utility equipped, or else you're just leaving free damage on the table. Why are people leaving? That's interesting. And we have our reinforced armor buff there. Okay, we'll wait until we get some more people just before we start. Got 9, which is good. But food buffs are very important. Say here we get power equal to 3% of our precision and power equal to 6% of our ferocity, of which we have a lot. So like our power here is... Or is our precision? That's probably the one. It's precision and ferocity are the ones that we are looking at. Precision, we have almost 2k of that. Ferocity, 1.5k. There has been a very real lack of OLC. That is true, Hafaro. I'm surprised we haven't actually had a single OLC today. Give it time. That's when the true pug fun begins. I might even try and just reset my rotation a bit here. There we go. Dodging. Ouch. Break the bar. That was a bit dicey there. I have a chain. Get a heal off there. But yeah, on a quickness build, we are quite comfortably top DPS. Try and get a heal off here. And swap pets. Gonna back away a bit there, get our heal off. Nice. Very solid. So our weekly raid quick plays are done. But yeah, good showing from Quick Gale Shot there. And obviously once you get the loop somewhat down, particularly what you should be doing in Cyclone Bow, it's quite intuitive to play and quite flexible, which is good. But also now we're going to go take a quick break to stretch our legs, and we'll come back with a bit more Gale Shot gameplay. See everyone in a little bit. Learning how to play your class is going to make everything you do in Guild Wars 2 so much easier. But it's hard to know where to start. So today I'm going to walk you through exactly how I learn a new class and show you just how quickly you can become an absolute powerhouse in Guild Wars 2. I've put countless hours into Guild Wars 2. I've spent the last 2 years making guides on YouTube and squirreled away hours learning build after build after build. So after all this time, I can say without a shadow of a doubt, a bit of time learning your class as early as possible is one of the best things you can do to get the most out of your Guild Wars 2 experience. Being better at playing and piloting your class is going to make everything you do in Guild Wars 2 easier. And good news, everyone, this learning process doesn't even have to take that long. Today we'll be focusing on practicing your PvE builds. It's also my area of expertise, so cool beans. With a bit of preparation, a can-do attitude, and me to walk you through the process, you will be mastering Guild Wars 2 in no time. To start off on the right foot, let's get you sorted with a good build. Making builds in Guild Wars 2 can be rather complicated. There are countless trait and utility skill combinations, not to mention the seemingly infinite armor, weapon, rune, and sigil setups you have access to. Fortunately, there are some insanely smart people in the community that have you covered. There's tons of great build resources out there, which I've linked in the description. They each cover different areas of the game, but no matter which build you pick up, at least you're off to a good start. For newer players, picking an already optimized build is going to save you a huge amount of time, effort, and heartache. Not to mention these builds have been thoroughly tested and have things like DPS benchmarks and DPS logs, which you can use to check your progress. No matter what build you pick, take the time, it doesn't necessarily have to be all at once, to read your skill and trait tooltips. Know what your skills and traits do, how they work together, and any other bonuses you need to be mindful of, and this will already put you miles ahead of where you would be otherwise. Now, Guild Wars 2 doesn't do the best job of telling you exactly how you're performing. If you're in a group of 10 people and the boss dies 20 seconds faster than it did the last time, do you know how much better you did? There's no way for you to know just how much you've improved. That's where Arc DPS comes in. With Arc DPS, you can see your total damage per second along with a whole host of other useful information over the course of an entire fight. This add-on has been an absolute staple of the Guild Wars 2 endgame community for years, and I personally can't imagine my life without it. I won't go into detail here about how to get it set up, but you can check out my previous video where I walk you through step by step how to easily install and customize Arc DPS. This is completely optional, but I do highly recommend it. Now that you're all set up, let's introduce you to the best place in Guild Wars 2 to focus in and practice your class, the Special Forces training area. Here you can summon a golem to whack away at until your heart's content. And as you go along, you'll get a readout of your DPS in the game's chat window. You can apply boons to yourself, conditions to the golem, and even toggle on different levels of damage to practice your healing. For your convenience, you can also use your special action key to recharge all of your skills if you want to jump right back into practicing as quick as possible. Before we dive in, we need to get the golem set up correctly. If you want to compare your performance to the best players in the game, we need to set up similar conditions. Fortunately for us, if you want the exact same conditions that the wonderful people over at Snowcrows use when setting the highest possible DPS benchmarks, there's a guide just for that which I've included down in the description below. However, if you want a quick way to get started, simply do the following. Come over to the right console and grant yourself every single boon. There are some cases where classes get extra benefits based on the number of boons that they have, so granting all of these boons can slightly inflate the DPS numbers of these specific classes anyway. For most cases though, especially when you're practicing, simply do not worry about it. If we want to practice on the golem, we need to remove as many barriers as possible. Just give yourself every boon and move right on. The same applies to conditions on the golem as well, which you can apply on the left console over here. Having conditions on the golem, especially vulnerability, a 25% damage increase, really amps up your damage. So again, grant boons to yourself, apply conditions to the golem, summon a small hitbox 4 million HP golem, this is what most people tend to use, then you're good to go. Also, if you want to have the best time possible on the golem, make sure you use the food and utility that your build requires. Food and utility accounts for a huge portion of your stats, and you're leaving a couple of thousand DPS. And we're back. Welcome back, everyone. Oh, the wrong screen. I need to honestly fix that. And Nemo, welcome in. As Ranger main, you had Gale Shot on the level that you hope the dev that made it will never work on Ranger again. I'm sorry you're not a Gale Shot enjoyer. I, on the other hand, am a huge Gale Shot fan. Still to this day, I personally think that of all of the Visions of Eternity specs, I think it is the best designed and most fun of them. But if you're not an enjoyer of it, that is all good. I think it's one of those ones that its new elite spec mechanic fundamentally changes how the class plays. It gives people the, sort of Ranger fantasy they've been wanting for a long time. People have wanted Ranger to be able to use its bow and have it be best in slot. They want to, live out that Archer fantasy, and Gale Shot gives them that. It's a fun, snappy rotation. It's fully ranged, basically. I think it's a really, really good elite spec, and honestly, I think the best designed of all of the new Visions of Eternity ones. And it's just a fun build to play. So even though I really think this is probably among the best Ranger builds you could bring to Quickplay, because you provide quickness, you're fully ranged, you do great damage, like that, it's just fun to play. It's a fun build to have in your arsenal if you just really want to experience that Archer fantasy. It's right there. Untamed is very fun as well. Oddly enough, the Ranger spec I've played the least, but I've enjoyed it whenever I have. But yeah, I think Gale Shot is very well designed and is well worth people playing. Got another Bone Skinner. There's the name Jarbrand from somewhere. Still haven't got an OLC yet. Hey Trace, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome in raiders. My name is Connor, or ConnorConCarne, and you can also find me on my YouTube channel there, where I do a whole bunch of Guild Wars 2 guides. What is up, Trace? Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate you. Everyone, make sure to go check out Trace over on Twitch. And sidestep that. This one we might have actually wanted to bring Relic of Zakharos. Should have used that skill there. Dodge. I think, yeah, we might be GGing. And I think here I might actually even make the sub out for, like, Miss Stranger here. because I actually do a lot of really rapidly hitting skills. Do you have iframes when you dodge? Yes, you do, for most mechanics. Break the bar. Shepard, how's it going? The heal off, dodge. Oof, that one is gonna sting. Dodge. I was too greedy there. Dodge. Break the bar. We get up. There we go. And we're gonna get that mechanic there. We got there. Bit dicey, but we did it. So it might actually be worth it to throw on something like Relic of Zakharos there, particularly if you're in a... if you're unsure if you're actually going to have a healer in your group that can just sort of make your life much easier. It's going to give you a bunch of just passive sustain. Or make it so whenever you crit, you heal for a percentage of said crit. Old Lion's Court, here it is. The Quickplay raid to end all Quickplay raids. Someone just instantly left. It's not that bad looking at this. I don't think we have any healers. It could potentially be the Herald or the mech.
I summon you, minion. Rise.
Oh, let's make sure we are cool. They are in. If you're pugging this one, don't CC at the start. What do I think about Gale Shot so far? I assume you mean Gale Shot. I really like it. It's really, really fun and responsive to play. Now, is anyone going to CC? Let's find out. I'm going to stand quite close to the edge. Looks like no one's going to CC, which is good. Causey, how's it going? And yeah, I'm having a wonderful time. Thank you so much for popping in. Green, red, blue. I think you did the first time you did OLC, but you'd never done it, no one said anything. It's totally fair as well, because when you see a break bar pop up, the instinct is to try and delete it. Is this raid tier difficult content? Raid Quickplay that I'm doing now? No, it's sort of like the easy mode version of raids. Raids in general, reasonably so. But there are like much harder areas of Guild Wars 2 in general. Bad spot for that to be in the center there. I only lived one season 2 so far. You're going straight in order. Nice. More damage to close targets. Don't want to use any animation locking skills here. Oh boy. Oh. Let's try and res people. Yeah, we might actually... Yeah, do we just GG? Yeah. I'm glad you're enjoying Guild Wars 2. Never played Guild Wars 1, even though you were playing EverQuest and WoW back then, and missed opportunity. Both those games so superb. Yeah, Guild Wars 1 still holds up insanely well. I might actually try and sort of tank reasonably here. Don't actually have a healer, that makes this tricky. Okay, we got them in. Let's get the ready check. OLC is the trickiest one for quick play because people just aren't familiar with the mechanics, and if you mess up the mechanics, there's a very real chance you just wipe the group. Yeah, just go heal Gale Shot. Yeah, just go heal Gale Shot with staff. It'll be great. So generally here, if you're pugging this, don't CC. Might just go stand just here. Thank you so much, Jess. Jess has made us a wonderful dinner of soup and savory scrolls. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oop, let's go over here. And then we can simply blast that one. Epifari, here's our OLC. I think it's just generally, it's easier to communicate to pugs, like, don't CC at any point, except these points where we tell you to. Because, yeah, the CC strategy is, like, quicker in some respects, but I think it does also confuse things a bit for pugs sometimes. So you can just tell them, don't CC at all, except for, like, these points. Thank you, Jess. It's amazing dinner. Thank you for the hydrate. Hang on. I might try and... There we go. There we go. Shouldn't have done that there, actually. And here we simply blast. Ooh, that's the wrong skill. Green, red, blue. Yeah, Mistral would be amazing if it was a projectile block. That's not what we want. Just try and burst it down as quickly as we can. There we go. Cancelled a skill there, unfortunately. Run. And this is damage to distant targets. And just pull that away. And swap pets. Okay. Hard part kind of done now. Which one of these is CC? That is... This is. Okay. Green, red, blue. Yeah, Mesmer Time Warp is kind of a bubble. In a sense. Okay, I'll deal with green. Ow. And push towards the boss. We got it. Nice. Thank you, Jess. It's amazing dinner. It's good. I can actually have some more now. Let's get one more with Gale Shot. Good shout there. I'll keep that in mind. Because, yeah, I've always just sort of assumed that green has to go over to the other side because that's what I've seen people do. But, yeah, I can just take that on top of blue. Cool.
Spirits of the wild will.
Actually. Whisper all day, every day. But yeah, Gale Shot's fantastic. And do we have healers? We got a core Necro. Ooh, nice. I don't think any healers. And a core Ranger? Yeah, I'm going to assume there's no healer here. Oh, Faro, thanks for the hydrate. I'll make sure I do after this. I may have missed the last one you did. It's got a very satisfying loop as well. It's instant. Split blade, it's gone. Oh, that's not where I want to be. glad I actually got a little bit of health there, else I would have just died to full damage. And jumped back and then got ported up into the air. Okay, where is the boss? Okay, there we go. Big heal. Back away. Ah. Woohoo, let's go try and get this back on the team. Big burst. The visuals are great. They really are. Okay, it's a little bit dicey there. I really do quite like the Relic of Zakharos on this in Quickplay, because yeah, it is a bit of a frail build by itself. So if you don't have a healer in Quickplay, just bring Relic of Zakharos. It's going to make your life much easier. That is Ranger done. I kind of feel like for the next one, we should actually touch on, I think, Power Alack Luminary. I feel like that is going to be absolute god tier. And was I still recording? Saved. Excellent. I started Guild Wars 2 Adventure yesterday. From your advice, managed to get to level 30. It's really enjoyable. That's great to hear. I'm glad you're enjoying it. That's awesome. So let's play some Luminary now. The Hydrate. Thank you, bro. How about Condil? Amalgam? Only the single least beginner-friendly build in all of Guild Wars 2. Great choice. Let's open this up. Okay. In this one I had notes that I'd have to probably refine the gear a little bit. Yeah. Okay. This one will take a little bit of thought. Remember when people recommended Axe Mirage as an easy beginner build? That's one of the most insane takes I've ever heard. I mean, it looks cool. It's a very cool looking weapon and spec. But in no world would I suggest that that's beginner friendly. Yeah, mounts make things way easier. That is very true. Okay. So for this one might actually take just a little bit of thought. Because this build actually does require a little bit of boon duration. But I know the version of the build on Snowcrows has a Diviner's Spear and a Berserker's Greatsword, because you do most of your boon application when you're on Spear, but that strikes me as a bit odd. I can understand the reasoning for it, and I see why it makes sense if you play the build 100% optimally, but I feel like new players aren't going to be playing the build 100% optimally. So I'm going to see if I can just come up with a different gear set. That makes a bit more sense. Let's go Spear and Greatsword. Yeah, good times. Okay. Let's find a spear and force and concentration. Oh, this is a bit weird. Alright. Hang on, just so everyone can actually see what I'm chatting about. The Power Elect Luminary, which we're basically going to be slapping a Relic of the Pirate Queen on. It's a bit of an interesting gear set. Got a mix of Berserkers, Dragons, and Diviners. And it's a bit weird. I can understand why they've done it, because yeah, you do your boon duration on Spear, so you want the boon duration on there. That's why I have Sigil of Concentration on there. But I prefer having the same sigils on each weapon set. I feel like it's an easier thing to communicate, it's an easier thing to gear. Yeah, just Take Back or Amulet Diviner should be the same. Yeah, like it should be the same. How much boon duration is actually rocking? 32%. I'll see if that actually factors in the Sigil of Concentration. Does it say how much boon duration you should take? Let's go. Discretize. Does anyone have the Fandral Excel spreadsheet predicted after next patch? I don't have it on hand. I have looked at it though. Okay, so let's go. Like, you're probably right. PK, I just wanna do the check. Now will this go here? There we go. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Radiance. That looks like Zeal. Hey, thanks for that, PK. You're a legend. At that and that. And then we go bam, bam, and bam. Bam, bam, bam. Then we'll take Bane Signet.
Up for a challenge?
Yeah, replacing Sigil Concentration. Replace Dragon's gear with Diviner's gear accordingly. Let's actually... because I can do the spear. Let's not use Sigil Concentration. You do not do math, you just blur it out. That's alright. I will do the math in your stead. I can actually make this set mostly correct. So, Spear, Greatsword, got Legendary Spear, so let's go Diviners. This is Concentration. Okay, that does factor it in. So... now let's... what are we rocking? Dragon Hunter. Bring that back down. Hang on, I'm gonna have to keep tabbing through random things here. Okay, it is Berserkers, except for Diviner's Coat and Dragon's Legs. I just want to get the number for boon duration so I know what I'm actually optimizing. And the Dragon's Gear is completely meaningless, but I may as well. And then it's all dragons here. You could also go Fireworks, Rune, and Concentration Sigils. Yeah, honestly, that's not a bad shout, but I also kind of want the gear set to be somewhat translatable to other power guardian specs, particularly like Dragon Hunter, which the fireworks runes kind of get in the way of that. I'd do basically the same. I'd run fireworks runes on here. And honestly, after the next patch for me, I definitely recommend learning Greatsword Chrono, because yeah, Greatsword's getting a nice old buff to make it much more reliable in content. I mean, there's a lot of ways to gain concentration after granting a boon. That could work. But we want Relic of the Pirate Queen. Like, that's kind of a given. We need self-quickness. That is required. It's all dragons. So, why is this show like? And then, no, I don't want that. Minus concentration. See, it shows us like a different set of boon duration, which kind of sucks. Okay, so I'm wanting to hit 37% boon duration. Is there any extra boon duration coming in from anywhere that I'm not aware of? It did look like it was buffed. What happens if I swap? How much is concentration? Where is some extra concentration coming from? Vitality. I was looking for any extra concentration floating around. No idea. Okay. I might not even need to do it like this, but basically I want to always hit 37% boon duration. So let's do that. Berserkers and our question is, for what are you optimizing? Gear, reuse, reuse what? Which build? Good question. I'm just gonna clear my throat. Trying to sort of do a few things. I want a Guardian build that I can recommend to new players that is going to be exceptional for Quickplay, so it's be very good for open world, but it's also easy to transition to other builds, so it gives them a bit of baked-in flexibility. So whenever I say want to add in huge amounts of boon duration, I always tend to throw it onto the trinkets because it's easier for... it's easier to sub out trinkets than it is gear, because then you have to worry about runes and stuff like that. Selly Firebrand's a good show. I did consider that. Because yeah, Selly Firebrand, insane in quick play. But I think it's also a build that an inexperienced player isn't really going to make the jump to using in actual raids. But that's probably a good thing. I might actually just note that down. I've got my document here. Suggest Selly Firebrand as an alternative. Because yeah, I see what you're saying there. And yeah, I think I will drop that. Yeah, we are sort of prepping for our next video. So many pugs would benefit from having a Selly build instead of a full healer. All the 50k P squads doing win 4. It's a good point there. And Selly, thank you for the follow. I might have a think on that. I think the most user-friendly build is Power DPS Reaper. Power DPS Reaper is also one that I'm going to somewhat suggest. I do prefer Ritualist over it though, because you can buff with quickness as well, but the set that I'm running for that can also be used directly on Reaper. Stitch, thank you for the follow. Okay, I'm just going to see where I can get on this. You can't solo heal, I get that, but you don't need double heal, and obviously being Druid and solo heal squad can often be annoying. Because you can't heal enough to charge. So yeah, I assume Druid in a double heal squad, I assume what you mean. Will the build recommendation already have the balance changes in mind? Somewhat. Like, the builds I'm recommending are ones that aren't going to be massively impacted by the changes. Like, there's going to be no Condilac amalgam for sure. I'll have a think about the Sully Firebrand. This one might actually cover a few days of me collecting footage. I'll add a note to consider that. But okay, so let's go set this to Berserkers, because I don't like having one weapon as Berserkers and one as Diviners. It weirds me out. Let's just set all of this to Diviners, and let's see what happens. Customize, set this to Impact. I want, whenever I'm running sort of boon duration build, I kind of want it to be conceptually easy to swap it between its full DPS version and the like the boon support version, which I find if you're swapping in things like armor and weapons, it gets tedious. Yeah, if it's a build you can transition, every boon DPS that needs boon duration is out of the question. Yeah, that's one thing I've sort of considered. I've definitely prioritized builds that don't need any boon duration. And I also want them to kind of be quite usable in open world as well. Like things about subbing in different relic, I think that's totally fair enough. Because I think Quickplay actually does warrant the use of different relics in regular raids, because you have no idea when you're going to get your own boons. I do like the idea of Sully Firebrand. I'll see how easy this would be to set up. Also, Diviners and Ritual Ski is notoriously bad starting out as a new player. Yeah, I totally get that. Does Herald need boon duration gear? No. Herald's full Berserkers makes it amazing. It's kind of all there. Eddie's right there. She's absolutely zonked. Yeah, you get so much free boon duration as Herald anyway. Yeah, you don't need any, and it pulses out boons at such a frequency. See, I could kind of... Back pieces are a bit of a pain to get, so I could do Berserkers. Yeah, like right there you're kind of at the point. Because yeah, like your point there about Diviners and Ritualist gear being notoriously hard to get as a new starting out player is very valid. That's why for my Power Conduit build guide, when I suggested the gear changes to go from the DPS version to the quickness version. From a gear standpoint, Sully Firebrand's a no-brainer. I was like, yeah, you may have just sold me, especially on that last bit there. Boosted free set of Celestial gear. I think that kind of does it. Yeah. I think that makes the most sense. I think you're right. I forgot about the boosted set of gear. That is a very good point. Okay, so let's grab a Sully Firebrand build. That kind of settles it. Actually, I can just do... Hang on. It's no pros. I've got like my plate of food in front of me, so it's a little bit tricky to type. Yes, it even has one. Yeah, I figured SC would have one. Oh, Celestial Rocket Flock. Yeah, good times. Yeah, leadership runes are quite annoying, aren't they? Black, thank you for the follow. Yeah, they're Dragon Stand ones. I mean, for that, you could probably even use... Oh, like Adventurers, I think would be pretty solid. I'll just double check here. What am I missing? I want a Celestial set. Yeah, I just need to use another one. Use? Yeah, like Sally Brand is. It's good. Okay. Copy. Paste. Okay, so this one. Customize. Celestial. If I can actually type Celestial. And if we were to take a look at leadership, that's giving us 25% boon duration. Oh, you could just do Firebrand runes, couldn't you? That's giving you even more. You're still getting boon duration, but you're getting a boatload more quickness generation, which is kind of the thing you need. And you can just buy them straight from the trading post. It would either be that or... Actually, I can just type in boon duration. What would be sweet? Radiance isn't bad, and can I buy those? I'm just curious. They probably wouldn't suggest Radiance. Is that how I spell Radiance? Oh, no, it's a craftable one. Nah, skip it. Yeah, I'd just go Firebrand. It kind of leans into everything. Like, it all... I got condition damage as well. Yeah, I like it. So that means we don't need any extra quickness generation. So here... we want Axe, Torch, and Staff. I probs have a bunch. Don't care for boon duration, Balthazar runes. Yeah, Balthazar runes would be insanely cheap. But yeah, I feel like with the Firebrand runes, because new players as well will probably struggle a bit in a sense with quick Firebrand, because it is a bit finicky with where you position yourself. So a bit of extra quickness duration to there. I feel like it will pay off. Guardian, I think, was actually the one that required the most upfront thought. Yeah, it's super easy to gear as well, because yeah, any raid drop you get, you'll have the option of getting Celestial gear, so yeah, you're spot on. Yeah, I want a build for every class. Axe, Torch, Staff. Transference and Water, Smouldering, and Torment. Yeah. Smouldering. Celestial. And then this was Transference and Water. Yeah. Customize. And it was Flock Rune. Yeah.
Stand your ground.
Oh, I pressed every incorrect thing all at once. That's a good point there, PK. I will note that down. As an alt. Now main. Start out with Firebrand runes, then go. No, I started out with Balthazar runes. Balthazar runes, then either Firebrand or Leadership. Yep, I like it. Warriors one's also going to give me a little bit of a headache, I think. I'm just going to copy the build template. Build template. Whoop. Yeah. And these are in the right order. Goody. Yep, I think that's all mostly set up now. I also don't need that. There we go, got Celestial Gear with Rune of the Firebrand. We could sub it out for Balthazar as well, which means you're not going to worry about any boon duration. It means your damage is probably going to be actually quite significantly higher, which is going to be good for open world, but yeah, you can make the transition to Firebrand or Leadership. Leadership's an annoying rune to get, especially for new players though. Oracle of the Flock, all Celestial, everything else. Smoldering and Torment for your DPS set, and Staff you have Transference of Water. For big old heals, now here, grant quickness to allies when you use a heal skill. Get pages whenever we use our mantra skills, we're going to want to blast them basically off cooldown. And granting quickness also grants allies or Ashes of the Just, so a DPS buff. Burning does more damage, Zealot's Flame is improved, which is a torch skill. Get extra precision. And also some extra power, not hugely important. Yeah, Torment Sigil's expensive, so make note of that. I'll make a note of it. Torment Sigil is expensive. Yeah, I think the focus will probably... It's a very good point, especially for things like Torment Sigil. Torment's like gargantuanly expensive. But yeah, it's less of a what's a cheap build to gear, or what's like a uber beginner friendly, in the sense that's very, very easy to gear up. But yeah, I think there's a good distinction to be made between like getting yourself a Rune of Torment off the trading post versus it being a bit of a pain in the ass to get Diviner's gear. And yep, that is it. Build is ready. I won't worry about food, because honestly, if you're doing quick play, you're probably not worrying about food. Oh, I can stop recording that. The Thief one wasn't too bad because I could just suggest the Condi Alak Ritualist build, and then throw in a Relic of the Chronomancer and take Well of Bounty instead. So at least then you provide Alacrity, which is good. You can honestly run the... You can run the Condi DPS build for a minor DPS loss. And you have guaranteed full quickness. GM, how's it going? Great to have you here. I think I just swapped the wrong thing. Big CC. Soon that one, is that going down at any point soon? honestly spend less time in my first home there. There we go. This is a good time where I might actually want to start getting some heals. And break the bar. Not a good point there for me to use my skills. Back away from that. I should actually be using my torch skill there. I know, I'll just start burning some other pages in my other set. There we go. And now we'll go into our other tone. Someone's not living their best life there. Try and break the bar. Nice, we did it. And yes, I replaced your legendary Mesmer weapons with Ascended to make it easier to swap things, and it hurt. Buying power and transference. Oh yeah. Power and transference is painful. And yeah, like 5 gold for a new player, like, it's a fair amount, especially for just one sigil. It's great to have you here, GM. Not many new players optimize in CC with power sigils. Yeah, I really would not expect them to do it. But yeah, I think Celestial Firebrand is the play. Later the end of the day, you want cereal. Any time of day is a good time of day for cereal. Cereal should not be restricted to a breakfast food. It's peak snack food as well. But I'm going to take a quick break now to go and stretch my legs. We'll see everyone in a few minutes. Sit tight. If you are looking for the best way to manage your Guild Wars 2 add-ons, then I've got you covered. Today I'm going to walk you through how I easily stay on top of all of my Guild Wars 2 add-ons with the incredible Nexus add-on manager. Let's dive in. Now, first things first, to download Nexus, you're going to head over to raidcore.gg and simply download the installer from here. Now, depending on your browser, you may get a security pop-up but it's fine. Just work your way through the prompts and you're going to be good to go. Now you can simply open up the installer and work through the prompts. Now we can see right here, Windows has given us the warning, but it's okay. We can just run it anyway. We do not need to worry about it. Now it's found where our Guild Wars 2 installation is, so we simply need to install Nexus. Or in my case, because I already had Guild Wars 2 open, make sure you have it closed and then try and run the installer. And just like that, we've gone and downloaded Nexus. You can see here we have the D3, D11 file sitting in our Guild Wars 2 folder. So that is all we need to do to install Nexus for the time being. We can simply quit out of that, then open up Guild Wars 2. Now let's jump into Guild Wars 2 and let's continue configuring Nexus. Beautiful. Now as soon as we're in Guild Wars 2, you can simply click agree to the prompt and we are in Nexus and we are ready to get started. Now I'll just close out of this for the time being. Now for the reasons why I love Nexus, first up, it is incredibly easy to install. It's just a few button presses. We don't need to manually install any DLL files. It's incredibly easy, just a few clicks and we are there. Another one of the incredibly powerful things about Nexus is the fact that it can auto update as well as disable and manage all of your add-ons. Now this is very important for me because I stream every Monday, Wednesday and Sunday over on Twitch, and for me here in Australia, Wednesday is when the Guild Wars 2 patch will normally land. Now when a big patch lands, it's quite likely that Arc DPS is going to break and I'm going to be left scrambling to fix it just before I go live. Now once you install an add-on, if there is a big patch that will break an add-on or cause it to crash your game, Nexus will go through and automatically disable it. So rather than me having to go into my game files and remove my Arc DPS file until a patch has been released, Nexus will take care of it for me. Now my life is made drastically easier by that and I do not have to debug Arc DPS whenever I'm going live. And plus it will give you a notification saying that that add-on has been disabled and you can then go through and re-enable it at your leisure if it turns out it actually didn't break the game. But rather than instantly crashing your game, this means you can dive right in, which is great.
Looks great!
Now let's quickly jump into the game for a change of scenery. Beautiful, that's much better. Now you'll see there's a little Nexus icon at the top of your screen, so we can just click on that and start configuring. Now we'll simply start in the add-ons tab first, and if we go over to library, because you can see we have nothing installed at the moment, we have a huge list of add-ons that we can go through and install. Now I always say Guild Wars 2 is the MMO for people without a huge amount of free time, so being able to simply browse all of these add-ons here without having to scour Reddit posts and GitHub pages, this is an absolute lifesaver. Now take the time to have a bit of a browse through here, see what interests you, but I'm going to walk you through the main add-ons that I use day to day. Now first up, I'm going to install Arc DPS, and we are done. If we come back over to the install tab, we can see that Arc DPS is sitting here. If we just click load, beautiful. Now we just have the prompt saying Arc DPS will be loaded after we restart the game. So once we're ready to go through and configure this more, we'll exit out of Guild Wars 2, come back in and get everything set up just how we like it. But for now, let's add in a few more. Now personally, I think Arc DPS is one of the most important add-ons you can install in Guild Wars 2, and I have an entirely separate video on my channel where you can go through and see how to install it manually if you prefer. But trust me, being able to see your DPS, how much you're contributing to the group, as well as that of your teammates to see how you're stacking up, is incredibly useful information. So I highly recommend you install Arc DPS. It is absolutely game changing. Now another one I really like is the radial menus add-on. Now this is going to add in a circular pop-up menu to control my mounts, which is very handy, especially because there are 9 mounts in Guild Wars 2 nowadays. So setting reasonable keybinds for that can be a little bit annoying. Now personally, I have my mount set to my number pad on the side of my keyboard, but having this option for a pop-up in the middle of my screen is very handy, and we'll showcase it once we actually have it installed. There we go, we've clicked on that. Now if we head over to the install tab, we can see radial menus here. We will just load that, and there we go, we are all set. Now there's a few extra add-ons that I want to install within Arc DPS itself, a few little nice... Rightio, we are back, and we've got one round of gameplay with Celestial Quickness Firebrand. Let's bring this in one more, I think. And yeah, you sold me very well on the Quickness Firebrand. Find a raid group beta. Hang on. Command squad. Raid mode. Find a quick play group. There we go. Let's try that. That should do it. Hopefully that does it. We're in a group of 10 now. It should be fine. Keep an eye on that, see if it does. The game seems frozen. Oh, hang on. You know what, let me... No, it's fine, it's over here. It's because my actual gameplay capture has been busted. Let's try... Actually, hang on, I'll quickly do that. Just bear with me for a moment. Oh, hang on, I'll leave this and find a quick play group. Alright, let's fix this so I can stop forgetting it. Okay, there we go. That's better. Oh, Lion's Court, sweet. No, what happens is if I close Guild Wars 2, my game capture source in Linux freezes. It doesn't restart after the game comes back online. Oh no, I'm using a window capture, not a game capture, because me using the Proton enable Wayland command breaks the game capture. It's a thing. So it's actually just easier, I think, for me to use display. Then I don't have to worry that something's going to break. Green, red, blue. Grb. And yeah, Celestial Quickness Firebrand is going to be a really good one for new people to bring up as well, or new players to pick up. Let's see if they CC. We're fine. This is one where me actually going heal Firebrand is very good, because then everyone mostly stays alive. That's quickness uptime, pretty solid. I like the page generation. And I can taunt that as well. That's the taunt. Pretty smooth OLCs so far. Things haven't gone horribly awry. Easy one, that's good. Got really nothing else to do here, so I may as well just buff everyone up a little bit. I keep forgetting to use my torch 5. I just forget that it's there. Oh. Great. That's a good lesson in what happens when you CC at the wrong point. Oh, I think honestly there we probably actually should have CC'd a bit quicker. Grab some birthday cakes. I don't really need to make any other changes. This is fine.
Rage at maximum.
Divine, great to see you, mate. Thank you so much for popping in. How have you been? Come over here. Are you familiar with the Dance Rotation Blish add-on? I have seen people use it. I have heard of it. I've never used it myself, though. This is a good time to heal. Do you have raid guides on your YouTube channel? No, I don't yet. It's sort of on my list of videos to eventually make. I was actually going through and doing a bunch of planning for all different types of videos I should be making today, and yeah. Raid guides are like on the radar, but I've got none at the moment. Green, yes, here we go. Is it because you have to have a full group on board for that one? Not really, it's mostly just because at the stage of, you know, me making YouTube videos where I'm at, I haven't really had too much to add to raid guides beyond honestly what people like Muckluck have done in particular. Yeah, their get to the point guides are absolutely fantastic. But like they are sort of on my radar as things to eventually make, especially when I have something I think interesting to add to them. That's sort of the main reason. So this one I might actually want to start healing now. But like getting a full group for a particular encounter isn't particularly difficult now. Let's see if they CC. Cool, they're not going to. The sheer fact that we're able to just comfortably heal through all of that is really good. And it looks like we've got a heal Paragon as well, so we're double healing a Quickplay raid. That's fine. This is good spot. Got to remember to use my my 5 skill there on Torch. Green, red, blue. Good, I forgot where we were at this point of the fight. I feel like so many more people are going to get better at OLC though, the fact this is part of Quickplay.
Armor enhanced.
Yeah, I will go take.
Armor enhanced. Quickness.
They can just vibe out and do their thing. There we go. And I can now simply heal through this. Will they CC it? No, I don't think they will. Good. And let's start healing here. I do quite like Firebrand, just in general. I love all of the tools that you get access to. Even though this is like uber chaotic now. We will start healing here. Blue. And yeah, that is definitely a thought that I've also had as well. For me, Firebrand inherently isn't beginner friendly because of, yeah, the sheer fact that you have so many buttons to actually press and so many skills to keep track of. It's not an easy build to pick up, but yeah. For the purposes of this video that I'm working on, I feel like it's still the best Guardian build to suggest. Like, you want an Omega quick play build that's going to be really good in other areas of the game. Yeah, this one kind of feels like it. And yeah, the fact as well that it can use the gear that you get from the booster set, which I think a lot more people will probably take advantage of. And it's also the fact that because it is a celestial healer, it is actually a really hard carry for quick play. Like, the sheer fact that on OLC we can just stand there in the damaging AoE from, you know, when the boss like sucks you in or pulls you away is great. Yeah, the position stuff in Mantra as well is why I do kind of like suggesting Rune of the Firebrand as well, because it means you can really overcap on quickness. It gives you a bit more room for mistakes. But I was comparing that to, you know, builds like Dragon Hunter. Well, when I was first looking at the Power Alack Luminary with the Relic of the Pirate Queen, when I was comparing that build to things like Dragon Hunter can't give any boons. And if you don't have quickness, it feels really bad to play. So I kind of want builds that are going to give a really consistent experience, like a consistently fun experience. And yeah, builds when they have quickness, very fun. Certain builds when they don't have quickness feel absolutely trash. So I want to have that sort of consistent experience. And yeah, the fact that you have quickness, you grant to yourself, you grant to the rest of the team, you have ample opportunities to actually carry encounters as well, which especially in quick play is very, very handy. The fact you're bringing a pseudo healer makes things like Bone Skinner just guaranteed. Because yeah, if you have a Bone Skinner group and you don't have a healer, ooh, you're gonna have a bit of a bad time, where you're probably gonna lose half your squad. So bringing a healer without having to do a full healer spec, because I thought about suggesting originally, like, you know, what DPS build should you bring? What Q DPS build should you bring? What A DPS? What heal build should you bring? But then I sort of shifted to what's a great build to suggest for every class. I feel like that's a bit more useful. But yeah, that covers off on Guardian. How much time do we have? I might do... Let's get stuff for Mesmer. Power Boon Chrono with Greatsword. That one I think is just kind of god tier. Which one's Power Boon Chrono? I have so many Mesmers, this is actually a tricky bit. Could you be this one? And especially with Greatsword being buffed as well in the coming patch, it's a pretty safe one. And that's a heal build.
I want that.
Oh nice, we got a little thing there. Pretty cool. Let's go in here. So this one will go Power Boon Chrono. Mesmer, there we go. Your only issue with suggesting Chrono would be a certain level of community expectation of Chronos, in terms of like the amount of stability and stuff and group support that they can bring. It's a very valid point. Since people assume Firebrand plays bad. It's a good point about community expectations. It's a bit of a tough one for quick play, because I feel like for quick play, expectations are kind of non-existent anyway. Aside from like, oh, you see a Herald, you assume they will provide quickness, because if you bring in a DPS Herald, you've kind of made a really bad choice. Power Boon Chrono, here we go. Solden, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, mate. It's good to see you. Power Boon Chrono. I'll go Greatsword, Dagger Sword, because then you can be fully ranged. I gotta check the gear for this as well, actually. There's a level of expectation involved in quick play too. There is a bit of it, but I'd say it's definitely far less. And the fact you can just provide a boon, any boon, gives you a huge amount of flexibility. It's also a great build to take into open world as well. Just think about how many people leave if a single pull goes wrong. Yeah. At least it does auto put you back in the LFG, so it's not too much of a problem. We'll do the force and accuracy variant. Let's check. Yep, that's all mostly fine. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. Gear. That's literally the wrong set. Sword. Sword. Oh, what did I do? What did I do? Dagger. Sword. Hang on. Look at me having the wrong... You know what? I don't care. I'm just going to not highlight the dagger. I dragged it over that slot. Why to go in this one? Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then let's put a... Okay, welcome in. You're new to the game. What is the... for you, what's the best newbie-friendly class to start? And yeah, PK's got the right answer there, which is whichever one's the most fun to you. Is whichever one you enjoy the look and feel of. Because that's the class you're going to want to sort of, log in and play. The class that you physically enjoy playing. But if you're wanting for... recommendations of what are good ones to recommend. The ones I always go back to are Guardian. It's got a lot of great defensive utility. It's a very durable class. Basically wanted in all areas of endgame PvE, so that's a really good one. Ranger is a good one as well because you have the AI pet, which will help distract enemies for you occasionally in content, which is quite nice. And yeah, Necromancer is another one that I really like because you do have the second health bar in your Necro Shroud or Death Shroud, whatever the particular version of that is called. Do have to be mindful to not learn too many bad habits on Necromancer, just tanking mechanics because you have that second health bar. But yeah, there's great builds out there for every single class. The build variety in Guild Wars 2 is absolutely wild. But they're the ones I'd kind of say, if you're wanting beginner-friendly ones, those are a great place to start. But really just play whichever one you kind of like the look of, and there will be great builds for you there. Customize, let's nuke this forcing. I'll have the wrong stats here. That's fine, because I can't be bothered swapping it out. Force accuracy. Oh, these are assassins. Can I just run these as... I can just run these as assassins, run everything else as berserker, it's fine. I'm going to overcap on crit chance, but meh. Force and accuracy. We're going to pretend that these are berserkers and we're not going to think about it. And Relic of the Thief. I do like Relic of the Thief here. You're not really bringing a boon chrono for its damage. And just, I'm just going to set everything to berserkers here, because then I don't need to think about it. And then we'll go Dragon Hunter. Just play Sword Sword? I mean, Sword Sword would still be fine. ANET has made it so you aren't limited to a specific type of build due to class. Every class can be tank, healer, glass cannon, DPS, and everything in between. Yeah, so any class you pick, you can fulfill any role. And Ben, welcome in, great to see you. Not so much playing a new build where collating what I'd recommend to be like the best builds for each class for raid quickplay in particular. So we have done tonight, we did Revenant, we did Necromancer, we did Ranger, Thief, Guardian. Now we are on Mesmer, so the only ones I have left to do, which will definitely be a Wednesday thing, once I do Mesmer, will be Elementalist, Engineer, and Warrior. Elementalist is actually a tricky one. That one's actually going to be a little bit of a cluster for me to pick. Okay. Power Boon Chrono. I dislike Mantra of Pain. How hard is Guild Wars 2 to pick up for a WoW player? I'd honestly say not that difficult at all. Like, if you've played WoW, you've played other MMOs, you will pick up Guild Wars 2 very quickly. Yeah, Sword, you don't need Soto. Yeah, that's a very good point as well. I might actually just flag that as well. That's a good point. Can use sword if you don't have Soto. Yeah, good point there. We got Well of Action, take Well of Calamity, and honestly, I really just like running. Not Phantasmal Defender, Phantasmal Disenchanter. Gives you an extra bit of boon application, which is super handy. Means you don't have to worry about Mantra of Pain. I really don't like Mantra of Pain. Yeah, Lawfree, welcome in. Leveling is whiplash for WoW players, no direction, just explore. Yeah, the leveling experience for Guild Wars too. So the way it works is, when we've got our build basically set up now, I'll get into the queue, then I'll continue chatting. The way it's set up is that you basically complete tutorial, you dump down to the world at level 2, and basically until level 10, which is the first point you get like your main quest or your personal story, you're sort of just given free reign to explore and just level up however you see fit. And basically everything you do in Guild Wars 2 will level you up in some way. Oh, actually, should eat food. There we go. Is that the right food? It's probably wrong. That's fine. And then every 10 levels after, like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, you get more and more personal story. Might that like not put us in instance? Better use that. There we go. Are we in the LFG for this? And how's raiding dungeons compared to WoW? Well, I haven't played WoW myself, so I can't comment on it too much. But I'd say broadly the raid experience in Guild Wars 2, from what I understand, yeah, do not expect WoW levels of instant content. Yeah, it's not going to be on the same level as WoW. It does have a wide variety of different areas of endgame content for like raids, challenge mode, legendary challenge modes for certain encounters as well. So there's going to be a wide amount of like really difficult content to do. So it's not like you're just going to be able to absolutely blitz through everything. But Guild Wars 2, I'd say, is more focused on open world. But we're doing raids now. It does have quite a thriving endgame community as well. So if you want to raid, that would be good. And Troubadour's a good shout as well there. Oh, hang on, we're going. Troubadour's a good shout there as well, Ben. I did consider that. But also I think purely because Chronomancer can cover both quickness and alacrity. It just makes it really, really good to pick up here. Control H, there we go. And even I'm just sort of vibing out here. Blizz took inspiration from Fractals for Mythic Plus. That is true. There we go. The rotation's actually somewhat lining up now. Almost. I got a few things wrong there. Distort doesn't work there. Interesting. Stack all those up. Yeah, Chrono's just amazing. Fully ranged, great like stability access, obviously pretty decent burst damage as well. It's going to get buffed as well in the next patch. Can cover quickness or alacrity depending on what you want. CC. Your target despair. Distort that. Nice. Very clean. Those should simply disappear. Ah! Shouldn't have done that there. I miss playing Boon Chronomancer. It's amazing. Alka, what's up, mate? Wonderful to see you. So I can't distort this, gotta remember that, and I dodge it about that timing. Let's try and stack all those up. Yeah, can't ignore it with distort. Please fix. It's a bug. How much ping do I have when I play on EU? About 250. I get about the same on NA. A little bit less on NA. Actually running out mouse and quick plays. See, look at me actually doing a mechanic. I am capable of doing it. I'll go catch up on some of chat now. I think the greatest problem for WoW players Guild Wars 2 raids is they don't have any boss mods. The game isn't calling you out for doing things. You need to learn the encounter and boss animations to check what is going on. It's a fair point. Technically untrue, since there are timers in Blizz, short timing do exist, but they are not necessary. Yeah. Do you know how the server population on EU in this game? Is there much people playing? Yeah, tons of people. There's tons of people playing Guild Wars 2 on both EU and NA. You won't have issues with that. Oh, it's a good shout there for me on Pirate Queen, yeah. But yeah, there's so many people that play Guild Wars, so you won't worry about finding groups. And Fermi, your question, have I considered doing Pirate Queen Relic? Yes, I have. There are certain builds where I have even just flat out suggested that. Things like Power Ritualist. What I've done for that one is I've just suggested the full regular Power DPS gear set, and then add on the Relic of the Pirate Queen. Thank you, Afaro. Because that way you can just run the full like power DPS traits, and you won't need to necessarily provide any quickness, but you will be able to touch up your own with the invariably spotty quickness that you get from pug groups in Quickplay, and you can also run the quickness generating traits from it as well. And then you'll provide a bit of quickness to your team, which would be great, but also you still retain a bit of damage. So that's one where I've recommended it. I think there's some others as well. For Spectre in particular, I suggested Relic of the Chronomancer, doing the Condi Alack Spectre build with Relic of the Chronomancer, so you can give Alack and then have at least quickness on yourself, which is a good time. When it comes to Warrior, that will probably be a Pirate Queen one. If you start and want to do all endgame content, you need to buy all the expansions. Yeah, if you want all endgame content, you will need all the expansions, but you don't necessarily need them right away. But you can try the game out as a free-to-play player, but just consider it as a trial. Generally, I'll recommend to get to 80 on a free-to-play account, see if you like all general combat for spending money, then buying the Hot and Poff pack. Yep. 2 expansions the price of 1, peak value, many thousands of hours of content just in that. 7 raid wings? Yeah, that's true. Oh, the Lost Shores release, I remember that. And yeah, Pirate Queen Relic would be very good, because you could do Alacrity and then give yourself Quickness. That's actually a really good shout. Let's do that.
Sharper still.
Someone just instantly left. I love it. OLC again. I know we got a good run of not getting OLC earlier. Yeah, this way we might struggle to maintain a bit of, like, quickness on ourselves, but we'll also give everyone Alacrity, so that would be nice. Yeah, if you like the free-to-play game, expansions are just straight improvements. Like, drastically better. So if you like the core game, you will love expansions. Yeah, Spear Greatsword's a good shout. I think I will stick with this for now. I see your point. I'll probably just flag this as a, here's a fun little recommendation you can do. But yeah, like that would objectively be better. And it's also because I can't be bothered swapping. Because like, you can still do Counterblade here as well. That will give you some. Raycrazo, welcome in. And I really like Stagger Sword, Great Sword. Bad use the Continuum Split, I'm real sad about that. No need for healer with Quickplay? It depends. Bone Skinner, I think, really wants a healer. Everything else, I think you don't necessarily need one. OLC does kind of like one at some points, but I don't think is required. There are builds like Celestial Quickness Firebrand, which is another one we've tested tonight that I do suggest for Quickplay. Thank you, PK and Fermi, for putting me onto that. That one does sort of fill the role of a healer as well, which is super helpful. But generally, I don't think healers are a requirement. You can do Bone Skinner without a healer as well. It's just a little bit dicier. Bad spot for you to stand there, my friend. And just blast. We've got to get this to 30%. That was at 40% apparently. Silly Reaper. Yeah, I could see how that would be amazing for open world. Any sort of Celestial build, I think, is going to be a really good shout for people to bring. Purely for just quick play, but yeah, so many of them, I think, do fall into the trap of not actually transitioning well to other areas of the game. So kind of the point of the video is to really sort of recommend one, primarily recommend one, but maybe suggest like another sort of alternative build for each class. But the other build would mainly just be like a little footnote. Green, red, blue. Your favourite builds in Guild Wars 2? Interlum are those where you just need to target the boss and auto attack it down? Fair enough. So that would have been a nice one there to CC. Yeah, auto attack Hammer Guardian's still a thing. Keep an eye out for the CC here, it might be a little bit dicey. There's a chance they wipe the group here. I'm going to hold off good using any CC. All that time doing Harvest Temple on Virtuoso, it's all come back now. Like the chrono rotation, it's mostly back in muscle memory. It feels good. Oh. Yeah, red everywhere. Yep, that is the OLC experience. Yeah, this is absolute cinema, as the youth might say. Where do I even stand? Guys, like, blue's the target. That's right, the good thing about the... What even... Whew! Cameron. Nope. D-target. Pull it in here. Yeah, oh. Well, I kind of got what I needed. Hang on, is that side of the arena like all red? Look at it. Oh well, I can at least do this for a bit. I'm surprised what actually one-shot me there. I'll keep this in a YouTube video. Hang on, we'll make sure we... That actually could be quite funny for the OLC Quickplay experience. I think it was just the boss auto attack with no prot. Oof, that's rough. So the video, as you can see, if all goes wrong, you can still contribute. Yeah, here's what happens if you don't play in one of these builds I'm recommending. I love it. That's great. And what kind of keyboard do you have? You have a $10 cheap Bluetooth plastic stuff. You wonder if you create some input lag. Bluetooth, like, maybe, might be slight, but yeah, I'm rocking it's a Satechi, I think it's a W3 one. I'll see if I can pull it up. It's like a low profile sort of wired keyboard. It's very quiet, it's wired in, so I don't have to worry about any weird wireless connectivity issues. If you want your Quickplay to not look like this, play my builds. We'll get you just to make the video for me. It'll be fantastic. You're doing all the work for me. I appreciate it. This is usually the point where it's free, but I'm going to say this is very much not free now. And it could also be a matter of keybinds as well. Orange string, got to make sure that your keybinds are set up in such a way so you can spam your shatters and continuum split. And I find particularly, it could also be a lag issue. I find whenever build guides recommend, doing an initial continuum split of 2 clones, I always find I need 3 to actually do it. Yeah, Pirate Queen Relic works off CC, right? Guess you make yourself a Spellbreaker Quickplay build. Yeah, Spellbreaker was going to be one of the builds that I recommended. I was tossing up between that and Paragon. But yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards Spellbreaker, because yeah, you got full counter, which is amazing, huge amounts of CC. You do have some projectile hate as well on Winds of Disenchantment, so I'm kind of leaning towards Spellbreaker. With, yeah, Relic of the Pirate Queen. We will leave now. And yeah, Quick Scrapper, because yeah, that's just pure Berserker's gear, so it's a great build to set. What weapon sets? Spellbreaker can actually do quite a few. There's like dagger, things like dagger, mace, hammer. There'll be like dagger, mace, dagger, axe. There's quite a few. But on this Mesmer one, it's been dagger, sword, and greatsword. But again, there's quite a few different sets you can run. Let's go take a look at actually how much footage we have accumulated. That's looking pretty solid. Hammer, dagger, mace, or dagger, mace, axe you're thinking. Personally, if you like dagger, dagger. Dagger, dagger is great for like an open world build, I find. But yeah, in terms of like the footage that we've picked up just today, that's a solid amount there. So we'll go set that aside. I might do a little bit of sorting of that a bit later. I don't need the setting up conduit traits. That one's gone. Yeah. Pointing. That can go. We've got that. Nice. I can explain your rotation, please. Basically, and I'll get on the golem very quickly. Oh, you're playing Mace, Mace, Hammer, Berserker. Suggested by Fandral. Oh, Fandral suggested it will be very, very good. Yeah, the amount of CC you can bring on that would be great, especially a pair of Relic of the Pirate Queen. Anything with CC, give it a Relic of the Pirate Queen. It's going to be great. I'm just going to add boons, all of them. Just assume you've got all boons. I'll turn off auto attack, actually. So I can go at sort of a normalish speed or slow speed. So first I'm going to want to start getting up Phantasms. I tend to always like running Phantasmal Disenchanter if I can on Boon Chrono, because it means you really overcap on boons, and I don't particularly like Mantra of Pain. But so I'll summon Phantasms first, I'll get Disenchanter up, I'll get Sword Phantasm, I'll do Sword 2, 3, good skills. Then I'll swap to Greatsword, Greatsword Phantasm, Greatsword 2, Greatsword 3. Then at this point, I can do a continuum split. So I might do a heal into a continuum split, and then just kind of spam everything that I possibly can. This would normally go a lot quicker. And swap back to sword. Do sword 5, 2, and 3. Whenever you have 3 clones up, shatter them. Prioritize using your F1. Swap back to Greatsword, gonna do Phantasm, spam other good Greatsword skills. Get the heal skill off to recharge Phantasms. Back to sword, 5, 2, and 3. You don't know if you'd bother with the utility Phantasm because you already overcap boons without needing Continuum Split or Heal Signet. The moment you use those, you overboon like crazy. It could also be a hangover from when I originally made the Power Boon Chrono Guide on my channel. It may have had slightly lower boon output then. But yeah, I found that just when I did it back in the day, it wasn't a drastic overboon. It was just a little comfortable overboon. But let's go take a look. Let's just turn off. Let's actually just give myself quickness. Hang on. Adjust self. Remove boons. And remove golem. And let's just do the quickness version and then assume I'm not running Pirate Queen. Thief, and I'll give myself Alacrity. Just self. Add boons. All of them. No, let's put Mantra of Pain there. Okay, that's a good point there, Alka. Quarry. Okay. Oh yeah, you're not wrong. I am actually overcapping like absolute crazy. That was with a continuum split. I hate Mantra of Pain though. Yeah, so we are capping. That's a very good point. Might just delay things in here a little bit. Yeah, leave as an open utility slot. Yeah, I might just add that as a note. Mesmer, flag. What is it? Flag. What's the skill called? Disenchantment something. Phantasmal Disenchanter. Phantasmal Disenchanter. Oh shit, I spelled that correct. Nice. As an open skill slot. Not needed. Hang on, did we do all boons? That's many boons. Oh, hang on. Just self. Remove boons. I did all boons. Yeah, that's not particularly helpful. Alacrity. Okay, there we go. That's what I actually want. I say I was confused for a moment there. There we go. I mean, 500 ping does make doing anything chrono related not entirely delightful. Am I doing alacrity? No, I'm doing that. Okay. So no, I am still overcapping quite significantly. Why is ping still going up? Even after fishing, they don't drop. And let's exit and go back in. Which business email should you send the invoice to? That's right. You've got my main business contact email pinned in my about. Yeah, so Chronomancer is so good. I've got infinite boons. And see if, yeah, when I'm on EU in particular, I probably need to actually reset my router and also probably kick my connection from my ISP and force it to reset. Oh hell, it could also probably be everything going on in the state of the world that's messing with my internet connection. Ew. Come on, just get down to 200. I can work with 200 and something.
A deadly raid
I can work with that. Adjust self.
Practice
Add
your skills
boons.
using our state-of-the-art golems.
Alacrity. Yeah, how is Boon DPS Troubadour? I've done a little bit of Troubadour, like only a few hours. Oh, I can feel it, even just me interacting with the menu. Hang on, what I might even do, just so I can start with a bit of quickness, things aren't clunky as hell at the start, I'll just use this once. There we go. Oh yeah, the ping's struggling now. Yeah, start my test and ping goes up. Yeah, it's weird. Certain instances that I'll go into, as soon as I start actually getting in combat, then ping will go up. It's weird, and it's one of the things I can't really prove. It's just mostly a gut feel kind of deal. Oh, but I'm feeling it. But yeah, we are like capping quite hard on that, so that's good, and that's probably without a particularly optimal continuum split shenanigan. If I go out, because yeah, it's sometimes it's fractal observatory, sometimes it's random raid encounters, sometimes it's the golem room as we've seen here. Am I still recording? I wasn't. Good. They put them specifically in Northern Greenland just to fuck with Aussie players a bit more. Yep. Kinda feels like that. Kinda feels like I'm looping around the world twice with that. Oh well. You can tell it's getting on a bit in the evening. I just started typing in Facebook to try and find someone to raid to, and I'm sure that's not going to work. But it's a good point there. We do not need Phantasmal Disenchanted. That could just be like Well of Precog, and then we can give a bajillion stability, and that would be pretty sweet. Also, don't know if we'll be able to play with ping like that. 280, 290 is not ideal, but we can work with it. That bit there's a bit too much, so yeah, that's probably actually a reset my internet connection kind of deal. It's honestly just trying to find a time when neither Jess and I are actually using the internet to actually do it. So I might have to... So even doing it before we go to bed is tricky. I have to do it first thing in the morning. DeBear, great to see you, mate. Jess and I are going very well. How are you going? Thank you so much for popping in. Just taking a look to see who else is on today. Yeah, in Guild Wars 2, highish ping is okay, because skill queuing is great. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 actually handles high ping really, really well because of skill queuing. Like what I've got now, that's irregular and shouldn't be there. Yeah, inconsistent ping, that's what I'm dealing with now. Particularly you can see the return packets fluctuating like crazy. That's the sign that things have really hit the fan, and let's actually cash in all of those for 10 mystic coins, so that's 20 gold. Very good. How many are we on? Ah, well. Oh, I can also probs at least buy some of these. Yeah. There we go. At least get some of those. I'm not going to burn through all my Magnetite shards because I kind of don't need mystic clovers right now. Okay, let's head on out to Fireball Annie today. Oh, just tabbed over weirdly. Let's go and tee this up. Excellent. Thank you all so much, everyone, for hanging out with us this evening. It's been fantastic. Invoice will be in your inbox soon. I love it. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you to everyone who rated, everyone who subbed. It's been fantastic. And thank you to everyone who's given us pointers and advice on what builds we should suggest in our upcoming YouTube video. We made great progress on it today. We basically came up with the idea for the video this afternoon, and we've honestly done about, I think, 6 of the 9 classes, so we're doing pretty well. So we should be able to finish it off on Wednesday. So more Guild Wars 2 on Wednesday. Starting off with raids on NA. We'll have to check to see the time they're actually starting. I'll stream my normal time, but I might shuffle around the actual raid time depending on what Daylight Savings has done to myself and PD. And Fermi, thank you. Sparse as well. Thanks for coming along for quick play raids. But yeah, then after that, we will finish getting the remaining builds that we need. So off the top of my head, there will be Engineer. That's really just going to be take a quickness scrapper and call it a day. For Warrior, it's probably going to be Power Spellbreaker with Relic of the Pirate Queen. Elementalist is a tricky one. I'm actually thinking Condi Alack Tempest with Scepter Warhorn, but we'll have to see. That one's a bit up in the air. But we're going to go get ready for bed now. You'll take care. See you all in a few days, and cheers. Welcome back, friends. Since its release, BlishHUD has been the Guild Wars 2 add-on that I've come to rely on the most. I use it to speed up my map completion, control my mounts, find my items, and so much more. So today, we're going to walk you through exactly what BlishHUD is, how to set it up, and some of the best features you can add to it to take you to the Guild Wars 2 promised land. First up, Blishard is effectively just an overlay that you'll run alongside Guild Wars 2 and it will display things on top of the game. The best example of this will be the pathing module, which will display various paths and markers over your game that will update in real time. The more modules that you add to it, the more features that you can start to take advantage of. So let's dive on into the installation. First up, I'm in no way affiliated with Blishard. It's simply a very cool tool that I use. It does not alter your game's files in any way, it just runs over the top of Guild Wars 2, and I've